Yep. So we start with the virtual Balticon thing.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Love, and I'm here today to talk about different kinds of explanations, those that preserve history and those that erase it. This is about my 20th presentation at Balticon, so I've been doing this for quite some time. This is my first time doing it virtually, and so I'd like you to forgive me for any glitches that occur during this process. I want to start by mentioning that although I don't have a book myself to wave as a thing to boast about, my wife does have a children's fantasy available on Amazon. It's The Pegasus Potential, and it's available for the low, low price of 99 cents. So I encourage anyone who's interested in flying horses to give that a try. I also do have something else to boast about on my own account. Last week, I had a story appear on Daily Science Fiction, and if I'm doing this right, it should be appearing on your screen. And now I'll start my presentation. Let's see, share screen. So there are two kinds of explanations for natural phenomena, historical events, and really anything else that happens in the world that we see. There are the kinds of explanations that preserve history and the kinds of explanations that erase it. I'm going to illustrate that, first of all, with an example that I've used before. Imagine you have a cup, a bin, something, and you have two marbles in it, a red marble and a green marble. Close your eyes, put your hand in, pick out a marble at random. If it's a red marble, put it back and add a green marble to the bin. If it's green, put the green one back and add a red marble. In both cases, you're going to end up with three marbles in the bin, either two green or two and one red, or two red and one green. What if you do that 100,000 more times? What is the final percentage of red marbles that you get? After a lot of variation in the beginning, you end up with almost exactly 50% red marbles. And we can talk about the reason why that is, but before we even introduce the subject of why you end up with 50% red marbles in this case, let's look at the reversed rules. Now, you take out, if you take out a red marble, you put the original red marble back and another red marble. And if you take out a green marble, you add the original green marble and another green marble. Do that again 100,000 times or a million times. What's the final number of red marbles? And we get a different answer. This time, after a lot of variation at the beginning, it settles down to about 0.27 or 27%. Well, that's an interesting number. That's about 3/11. That's about 10% of the base of the natural logarithms. But why is that what comes up? And it turns out that the answer to that question is very different than the answer to the first question. And we'll see that when we look at what happens if you do the same example, the same simulation of the reversed rules a million times. You will see that the final result can literally be anything between 0 and 1. The proportion of red marbles to total marbles could be almost 0. It could be 50-50. It could be 0.27. It could be almost 100%. Anything is possible. the answer to the question of why you ended up with 0.27 as the proportion of red marbles to total marbles in the original run that I ran is nothing more or less than because that's how you happen to draw marbles out in the early part of the experiment, and the process just naturally locked on to that result. For the original set of rules, you'll notice that the final answer is almost always exactly 0.5. So we're looking for a very different kind of answer. It's not going to be chance drove you to a situation that fed back on itself and locked in at a random number between 0 and 1. Here, it always ends up around 0.5. So that's a very different kind of answer. If we do the math of these processes, and we look at the number of marbles after a step, number of red marbles after a step versus the total number of marbles after a step, for the first process, the number of red marbles after a step is equal to the number of red marbles before plus 1 minus the previous ratio. And that's all over the total number of marbles before plus 1, because you end up adding a marble no matter what happens. Process 2, the number of red marbles after you've done a step is the number of red marbles before plus the previous ratio, not 1 minus the previous ratio, but just the previous ratio. And if you work through the implications of that math, you see that for process 1, you are guaranteed to end up in the stable situation of having the total number of marbles is twice the number of red marbles. Whereas in the other case, process 2, you end up with the number of red marbles equals the number of red marbles. Anything is possible. Any ratio can happen depending on the history. In fact, when I did this experiment by putting an initial number of 100 red marbles and 1 green marble in, and I ran it through process 1, I got, after a million steps, 50-50, whereas for process 2, when I ran a million steps, I ended up with just essentially 100% red marbles. The history of what happened was erased in process 1, whereas the history of what happened was preserved in process 2. We can summarize that by saying that in one process, you have the effects of chance averaging out, leading to a predictable result, whereas in the history preserving process, the effects of chance continue to shape the results for all time. It's not predictable beforehand. Anything could have happened, but once something starts happening, it will tend to keep happening. Or if you want to look at it in literary terms, the history racing process is like Damon Runyon said, the race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but that's the way to bet. Whereas the history preserving process is like Ecclesiastes. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but time and chance happen to them all. If you don't remember to distinguish between these two types of processes, you will end up very confused when you look for explanations of things in the world. And that's what the rest of this talk is going to be about. So I've given you the motivating example in my outline. And now I'm going to go into some detailed discussion. I'll talk about more characteristics of these two processes and explanations. I will give you some fictional examples just because I find them interesting, and talk about how to make this distinction in real life and how it affects skepticism, since this is part of the skeptic program. Finally, I'll talk about something that could be considered a third type of explanation, or might be not considered an explanation at all, and give you some references and closing thoughts. So why is this distinction important? You can get very confused, and people historically have gotten very confused if they look for an inevitable answer to a historic question or a historic answer to a law-based question. So why are planets round? There's a law-based answer to that. Gravity makes planets round. No matter what shape an original body has, if it's big enough, it's going to end up round after a certain amount of time. On the other hand, why do Americans drive on the right side of the road? That's a historical question. The contingent facts of history led Americans to drive on the right side of the road, whereas in the United Kingdom, people drive on the left side of the road. There's no natural law that says if you live on North America, you will naturally end up driving on the right side of the law. It's just that you'll get arrested if you don't nowadays. So contingent processes often have short-term predictability. The weather today is not going to be too different from the weather tomorrow, probably. History erasing processes have predictable and stable endpoints. Things end up in a particular place and they tend to stay there. Both kinds of processes involve reasons for events. But what do you even think of? What is a satisfying reason? What even counts as a reason for something? History erasing answers are satisfying because they provide order and inevitability. However, some people would consider them dissatisfying because they lack drama and they tend to erase the interesting details of history. History preserving reasons are satisfying because they provide a story. There's a story to why Americans drive on the right side of the road, whereas there's not really a story to why planets are round. However, history preserving reasons are dissatisfying because they are contingent, and some people don't like contingent answers, and because the whole story is almost always unknown. So you're never quite sure that you understand the cause completely. Having two kinds of answers gives us new null hypotheses. Before looking for a history erasing cause of a phenomena, you should ask yourself if there is an historical reason that's sufficient to explain it. And before looking for an historical reason, you need to consider whether there's a history erasing reason for it. The goal is always to not waste time looking for stories or laws that don't exist because you've misunderstood whether you're looking at a process that's historical or not. And looking in the wrong place is something that really does happen. Johannes Kepler was an interesting case. He was a brilliant man who did excellent work in astronomy, and he really thought he understood the reason why there were exactly 6 planets and why they were located exactly where they are. He thought that since there are 5 platonic solids, that provides 6 spaces if you nest those planets, nest those solids one inside the next. And that therefore means, since the universe couldn't be built in any way other than a way that respects the platonic solids as vital, 6 planets have to exist. But of course, nowadays we do understand, and looking at all the exosolar planets that have been discovered, that the number of planets is an historical fact. The way that bodies combined in the early days of the solar system determined the fact that there are, in fact, 8 planets, or many more than 8, depending on whether you like Pluto or not a preordained fact that relates back to geometry. The existence, however, of a two-party system in the United States is a law-based result, however. Which 2 parties is an historical question, but having 2 parties is a natural result of the first-past-the-post voting system that the United States has. If you look up something called Diverger's law, you'll see that this is one of the cases where there really is a sociological explanation for something that makes firm predictions. And when you have a first-past-the-post system, you will end up with 2 parties dominating and not 3 or more. Different sciences are sometimes associated with different preferred explanation styles. Physics is the canonical explanation of a science that has historyless explanations. But in spite of that, there are some physics questions that have contingent explanations. The thickness of Earth's atmosphere is an historical question. While the mass of the Earth and its magnetic field and its distance from the sun influence how well the Earth hold onto an atmosphere, it's an historical question about how much atmosphere there was in the first place. Earth's atmosphere is a product of historical accidents, like the collision with the Mars-sized protoplanet Theia, which probably stripped all of Earth's existing atmosphere away entirely at that point. If Theia had hit Venus instead of Earth, Earth would have a thicker atmosphere than it does now, and Venus would probably have a much thinner atmosphere than it does now. That's just the way history happened. Biology is the canonical example of a historical science, but still there are some historyless processes going on there too. There's no story to the fact that human-sized insects don't exist. The square cube law is the answer, not any historical process. Let's see. Negative versus positive feedback is an important part of this distinction between history and history erasing processes and history preserving ones. Negative feedback, like we saw in the marble example, generally erases the history of a process, taking the system to a predetermined stable state. This isn't always true. If you look at Newton's method for determining the roots of an equation, you can get chaotic results. But it's generally true that negative feedback will erase history, whereas positive feedback tends to reinforce historical accidents. However, you can predict that if you have positive feedback in a microphone system, you will get a repeatable, painful noise. So I can't say that positive feedback always is unpredictable. A mixture of positive and negative feedback, which you find a lot in the world, can lead to preserving history in some senses and erasing it in others. Another way to talk about this distinction is to talk about memoryless processes versus non-memoryless processes. A memoryless process has no history. The behavior depends entirely on the current state of the system, like radioactive decay. A radium 226 atom has a half-life of 1600 years, no matter how long it's existed up until that point. It could have been created a moment ago. It could have been created at the beginning of the solar system. The chances are that we'll have a half-life from now of 1600 years. Non-memoryless processes are much more familiar to us. Time to failure usually depends on the age and thus the history of an object, like a human body, unfortunately. History erasure is also analogous to the concept of what you might call substrate erasure, substrate independence. You see flocking in birds and flocking in fish. The flocking behavior looks very similar in both fish and birds, even though fish and birds are very different things and they're operating in the water or in the air, which are very different environments. Turns out that some very simple rules about how the birds or fish interact with each other are enough to replicate flocking behavior. And the ideal glass law is another case of substrate erasure. The same law describes all gases reasonably well, regardless of the differences in how the molecules interact with each other, in the size of the molecules. We had the ideal glass law a long time before we even knew that that molecules existed. So that law really does not depend on the intimate details of what molecules are like to any great extent. Sometimes, however, the substrate does matter. And if we have time at the end of this talk, I'm going to show you a cool video of what's called a chain fountain, where it's a phenomenon that does seem to depend on the details of the chain. And if I don't get to it, by all means, Google chain fountain and take a look. It's just cool. Now, when people are designing systems, they are almost always trying to create a history erasing system. You want a system that does the same thing, the thing that it's supposed to do, regardless of history. You don't want how your hammer works this time to be affected by how it worked the last time. The fact that you used it on wood instead of metal last time, you don't want that to affect how it works the next time. When there is a system that has a history, you build in a way to erase that history so you can get back to a starting state, like rebooting a computer or shaking an etch a sketch until you get back to your original null state. Magical systems in fiction are often described as being inherently and usually unusually contingent. You have an initial bad influence because you built on a gravesite that was there 10,000 years ago, and that curses you no matter how long ago the gravesite was dug. And that's similar to the way that homeopathy is described as working. And you have to wonder if homeopathy means that water has memory, why doesn't water remember everything that's ever been in it, and not just the thing that the homeopath recently put in it and wants to have an effect on you. Some more real world examples. Linguistics is a lovely, fun field full of contingent events. For example, we use a word that used to mean room for an app on our phone that takes pictures. Camera comes from the word for room. There's a historical reason for that. The way that cameras were built and understood meant that you were talking about a room, and so you just kept that word going forward. That's an historical accident. In German, at least, there's a more straightforward term, Fotoapparat, which obviously just means something that has to do with light, a light device. That's a history erasing term for camera. Although even in German, they have the word camera for the same reason that we do. So you can make your alternate history better by using contingent terms. In Charles Strauss's family trade books, there are a group of people who talk about a corpuscular petard instead of an atomic bomb. And in Harry Turtledove's World War series, they say explosive metal bomb instead of atomic bomb for historical reasons. And that's a way of giving verisimilitude to an alternate history, because a different history will have different terminology based on how terminology evolves out of what's going on in the society at that time. There are some law-based issues with linguistics. I don't think there's any real story behind most individual insulting terms starting with Indian or Dutch or French. There's just a general tendency of British people and American people to insult people from other nations. I'm sure they do it to us too. And if you're looking for a particular historical event that explains the term French leave or French postcards, I don't think there is one. I think it's just that when you want to come up with a euphemism for a certain type of behavior, people grab the first stereotype they had about the French or the Dutch or the Native Americans to use in that case. Similarly, there seems to be a law about how verbs regularize. They seem to regularize with a half-life that's related to how frequently the words are used. So a word like hurt is still irregular. It's a commonly used word. We don't say hurted, we say hurt in the past tense. Whereas there used to be a past tense for the verb help. It used to be help, hope for the past tense, and that has been completely regularized. No one would say hope anymore; they say helped. And that you can a very interesting paper looked at all sorts of verbs that were irregular in earlier versions of English and then began to become regularized. They predict that the verb that we're going to lose next in terms of its irregular sense is to wed. we will say, and nowadays you can use either wed in the past tense or wedded, and both are acceptable. At some point, only wedded will be acceptable. Some fictional examples of history erasing, just because I found them to be cool. A recent episode of Doctor Who suggested that the process of humans becoming and developing cybermenization is a natural endpoint for humankind. You don't have to assume that all Cybermen come from an ancestral source. If you give people technology and put them in circumstances where it makes sense, they will develop Cybermen. Stephen Baxter has the same process going on with a hive-like structure for a human society. Given the right circumstances, people will fall into a hive society. Larry Niven's Ringworld has that sort of thing on the Ringworld itself. In ecological niches where there's a mountain, you will develop a mountain dwelling species that will look very similar to the other mountain dwelling species that they're not directly related to. It's just a case of convergent evolution. Fandom itself may be a natural end state for human interaction. There's a very cool paper I have a link to about a Civil War era children's magazine with a letter column, and it developed flame wars and all sorts of the usual what we think of fantasy interactions that developed in our subculture in the 30s and 40s in the 1860s. I'm avoiding using the words chaos and attractor in this case, but by all means, I am aware of the connection to those concepts. I just didn't want to get into that whole subject. But if you want to rewrite my sentences above and say Stephen Baxter has human hives as an attractor in the human society state, then that's fine with me. Oops. All right. Another case of history erasing and history preserving processes is why particular jobs are associated with particular groups of people. Most often, I would say that that's a history erasing process. There's just some sort of contingent event that put a certain group of people in a particular job, and that they reinforce that because people's choice of careers is naturally influenced by families and friends, creating a positive feedback loop that creates a concentration of a certain, say, an ethnic group in a particular field. For example, there are a lot of Vietnamese nail salon owners. That's not because there's some law-based affinity between being Vietnamese and being a nail salon owner. It's because that there was an historical event. Tippi Hedren met with a group of Vietnamese refugees. They were interested in her nails because there was something that struck their interest. And Tippi Hedren had her manicurist teach a bunch of people how to do nail work, and also help them start businesses. The rest was history. There are some history erasing cases in professions too. You will find a lot of funeral directors are also furniture makers, particularly in the 19th century, but in some cases still carrying on to today. And that's because in a lot of places in the world, when funerals started being done outside the home, the people who picked up that job were the people who were building coffins, and the people who were building coffins were the people who had that kind of fine carpentry skill and were already making furniture. So I have some distant cousins who have the town that they're in. It has a big furniture store and a big funeral parlor, and they're both run by the same family. And I'm sure that's the case in many small towns throughout the United States, just because there's a predictable relationship between those two professions, or at least there was at one point. There's an intermixture between history preserving and history erasing. Fish and dolphins' internal structures are different. That's a result of history, the historical process of evolution. Fish and dolphins are streamlined for going through the water. That's the laws of physics, driving any creature that lives in the water will have a tendency to evolve toward being streamlined for its benefit. Fish and dolphins have deeper commonalities that go beyond the differences in their internal structure, and that's another historical fact because they're both evolved from the original ancestor of all vertebrates. There's also coincidences. The word cyberdyne and the word governor share a common root from the Greek, but that was not a predictor of Arnold Schwarzenegger's career. Here's an everyday example of what may appear to be a unpredictable chance event, chance annoyance. I spend a lot of time waiting for the bus to the daily parking lot at BWI. You wait and wait and wait. Buses go by for all the lots, and finally, 2 or 3 buses going to the daily lot all come in one after another. Is this due to the specific things that happened that day? No, in fact, there's a memory erasing reason that you can predict that there will always end up being clusters of buses annoying you and making you wait. And the reason why is, even if the buses start out perfectly equally spaced, there will be contingent variation that will cause one of the buses to be late. A bus that's late gets to the stop late, which means that more people will generally have gotten to the stop before the bus arrives. Loading more people takes more time, so the bus is going to be even later. Meanwhile, the bus that's behind that one will arrive after a shorter time, and there will be very few people at the stop to be picked up, so that bus will get faster. And before long, you will end up with a bus cluster, and you'll end up with 3 buses going to the same location, all arriving within minutes of each other, even though it would be very convenient if they were spaced more evenly. That's just a result of positive feedback, and it's completely predictable, erasing all the history of what the original distribution of buses was when the day began. So how can you tell the difference? Well, first of all, you have to look for more data in a lot of cases. Does the same phenomena occur repeatedly in different cultures or in independent cases? Then you have to really start thinking about it being a history erasing process. If possible, one experiment, like I did with my simulation. Look for possible feedback loops that could lock on to contingent events or drive systems to predictable and stable endpoints. That's the way you find out whether you're looking at a contingent situation requiring historical explanation, like the selection of pink for girls and blue for boys, which before the 20th century was not the way things worked. Before the 20th century, to the extent that there was any tradition at all, it was blue for girls, a natural, nice, feminine, light blue sky color, and a manly blood pink for boys. And that seemed perfectly natural to the people at the time. Or whether you're looking at a history erasing situation requiring a law-based explanation. A lot of tricks and scams rely on people misunderstanding which kind of explanation they should be looking for. A lot of you will have seen the kind of magic trick that involves the magician asking you to pick a random integer and then to do a lengthy sequence of arithmetical operations, multiplications, divisions, removing digits, adding digits. And the idea is that you're led to think that this is completely contingent and all these processes are going to make your answer even more random than your random guess was. But voila, the magician can tell the answer in advance using his magical power of knowing that the arithmetic operations he's asked you to do always produce the same number. You have a process that seems like it ought to produce a random result, producing an inevitable one. And it works the other way too. If you Google something called Penny's Game, it's a what looks like a fair coin flipping game, relying on the fact that coin flipping seems like it should be a memory erasing, a memoryless process. But the way this game works, the process itself has memory, even if the coin doesn't have a memory, and you will lose a lot of money if you take the wrong bet in Penny's Game. Finally, there's what you might call the third kind of explanation, or is it even an explanation at all? Consider these situations. Seriously ill people who visit the waters of a particular spring often recover. Generals who win 3 battles in a row often fail dramatically in their next battle. The person who does worse in last year's all-city chess tournament was in the 30th percentile this year, much better. And the county with the highest death rate from cancer this month has fewer cancer deaths next month. The thing that all these things have in common is that we are tempted to explain them. We are tempted to explain them with words like miracle or placebo effect or psychosomatic illness or hubris or complacency or failure-induced extra effort or really trying hard the next time, things like that. But none of these phenomena really need explanation, because regression to the mean explains them all. Any extreme result, good or bad, is probably due to both an inherent characteristic and good or bad luck working together to produce that extreme effect. Later, the inherent characteristic may be the same, but the luck will be different. So no matter what you do, the next result will almost certainly be less extreme. Recognizing that this regression as expected is just not natural for people. And Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow, has a lot of examples of this. And you can get seriously misled. People also underestimate the effect of sample size on experimental results, which is another statistical reason for making something look like it's a phenomenon that really deserves a historical or law-based reason when it doesn't. Here's a simple example of regression. I flipped five coins and I only got one head. Obviously, I needed to try harder to do better. I scolded myself quite firmly, and the next time I flipped the coins, I had 3 heads. Obviously, chiding myself helped me do better the second time. On the other hand, after I got 4 heads on one set of coin tosses, I praised my efforts, and the next toss I did worse. I only got 2 heads. So clearly I've learned that praising leads to degraded results and scolding leads to improved results. This is easily recognizable as ridiculous when you're doing it with a coin toss, but people can get seriously confused and decide that that yelling at people really does improve their performance and praising them does degrade it, when all that's happening is that the guy that you're yelling at had some bad luck and is probably not very good. And the next time he still wasn't very good, but had some less bad luck and so did better. Here are some references for further reading. Either they have something directly due to the concepts of the 2 kinds of explanation, or in my mind they're related. First of all, there's a couple of books by Stephen Jay Gould, who was a very firm believer in the importance of looking for contingent explanations. He talked about the metaphor of rewinding the tape and seeing a different process unfold just due to the way that contingent effects added up. There's a novel by Michael Kube McDowell, Alternatives, which is one of the best alternate history novels I've seen from the point of view of understanding the contingencies of history. There's a bunch of alternate histories all spawned out of changes that occurred around 1945. And by the early 80s, not only do you have a different list of presidents, but you have presidents whose names you don't even recognize as someone of any importance whatsoever. They're just a different set of circumstances led to different people even becoming considered to be president. There's a few, there's the Hugo-nominated Anxieties, the Dizziness of Freedom by Ted Chiang, which is another excellent short story on the effect of contingency and law in alternate histories. Thinking Fast and Slow, I've already mentioned, by Daniel Kahneman. A short story by Greg Egan called Into Darkness talks a lot about memoryless processes. And finally, James McWhorter talks about contingency in linguistics. Why English won't and can't sit still. And some final quotes I have, first on the subject of law, from Paul Anderson's Brainwave. Gravitation plus Coriolis force plus fluid friction plus temperature differential plus volcanism plus chemical reaction equals this is our world, and behold, see it's very fair. Then history, from a book called 102 Minutes by Jim Dwyer and Kevin Flynn about the Twin Towers. Innocent people lived or died because they stepped back from a doorway or hopped onto a closing elevator or simply shifted their weight from one foot to another. And finally, a synthesis from Democritus, the Greek philosopher and scientist. Everything existing in the universe is the fruit of chance and necessity. Thank you very much. Now I think I'll look and see if there are any questions. All right. So I have a question from Roger Burns regarding designers. Is it fair to say that systems that involve non-thinking tools are better to be history erasing, while systems that involve thinking people are better to be history preserving? An educational system that assumes its audience always has to start at the one-on-one level for every class would be horrific, after all. Actually, that is a good point. You do want some aspects of history to be preserved. If you're designing a bureaucracy, you would expect it to you would want it to be built on history and to evolve towards to better and better working. I'm not sure whether that's really what I'm thinking of contingency. That does seem more like a law-based process moving towards a good answer. But bureaucracy does have its contingent effects where a certain form gets adopted because it was what someone was thinking of that day, and every other form that develops always includes that one question that you never understand why that question is even asked, and that's just because people copy from the past result. Let's see, and I've got some applause from Scott and Dave Smith, and I appreciate that. Any other questions? Phil Gutz asks, can we get a copy of the slides? And yes, I can send the slides out. I wonder if BaltimoreCon is a good site for me to locate them at. I will send that. I will open that up to the text to ask if they have a site I can send my slides to so people can look at them. Any other questions? Oh, yes, cool video. Beth Kingley says, can we see the cool video? And the answer is yes, we do have time. Let's see, share screen. So here's the video. Can you hear the sound on that? All right, so he's got a chain there, and look at how that chain is looping up to feed out of the thing, like it's being siphoned. That's a real effect. That's not faked. All right. I got another question from someone who was actually in the room with me about what that Greek root meant, and it was the Greek word for governor. So it came. Excuse me for a second. The Greek root meant governor, and so it was adopted into the field of cybernetics because cybernetics was all about feedback systems used to govern processes like steam engines and such, and it also got into the political sense for governing. Let's see, any other questions? Scott Snell says, regression to the mean, the Golden State Warriors got much better rather suddenly and won the NBA title and then got even better the next season. And I also am hearing by and yes, I sometimes I agree with Scott Snell that sometimes people do get better. And I've got a number of people asking whether the video will be made available online. The National Capital Area Skeptic Society has previously posted my slides on their YouTube channel from time to time for a previous talk I've given, and so they may be doing this again. I will find out about that. Rest assured, I'll find some way to make these slides available to people on a wide basis. And any other questions? I'm going to look at the chat. I've got. Oh yeah, sorry I didn't have the sound effects for the video, but you guys can go see it. I see I only have a few more minutes to go. So I think I will thank you all for coming to my first ever virtual BaltCon presentation, and I will let you go to the next event. And I hope you all enjoyed my talk. I really enjoyed giving it. I enjoyed your questions, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the convention. I'll be on a Dr. Who panel and a Isaac Asimov panel on Sunday and Monday. So looking forward to seeing you all there.
So when, no, I am not an NB. I am a science journalist, which means I am not a smart person. I talk to smart people. So what this sort of allowed me to do is take a broader approach to my book than there have been PhDs who've written about this topic in a more narrow sense. But as a journalist, I
If you're ready to begin, it is time.
Yes, you do need to join audio. Yes. Zasmi, you do need to join audio. Oh. Misha, can you hear my, are we going?
Should be, yeah.
What's that?
Should be, yes.
Okay, I mean, shall I start? Or do you want to do an intro?
It is time, so this would be the appropriate time, yeah.
Okay, all right, so I'll just get started. Okay, well, great. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. My name is Eric Vance. I'm going to be talking today about my book that I wrote a while ago called Suggestible You, and it deals with belief, expectation, and how they shape our world and affect our bodies.
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry, I was supposed to start that and forgot.
That's okay. So I want to start by first talking about the word belief. Okay, so this is what I should say. I sort of got into this because I was raised in Christian Science, which was it's a religion where you don't go to doctors. I didn't go to a doctor until I was 18 years old, and then I eventually started experimenting with drugs a little bit, like Tylenol, Bayer, some of the hard stuff. Occasionally, maybe a little bit of shoot, I just blanked on any other prescription drugs, that was a big deal for me, and I sort of entered the world of science, and then eventually became a scientist and a science writer. But I always had this sort of lingering idea in the back of my head about trying to understand what it was that as a faith healer I had experienced, and what was happening when I would pray and then feel better. And so eventually this led me down this incredible rabbit hole of belief and expectation, actually is what psychologists call it. So first I want to sort of have you, normally if this was a live group, I would have everyone sort of throw out ideas about what the word belief means. But think for a moment about what the word belief means to you. And usually when I ask people this, they'll say, half people will talk about religious ideas. So you get a lot of very, very strongly worded sort of, people saying things like ignorance and blind to the truth, whatever. But like belief tends to be associated with religion, and people also talk about faith in institutions, that kind of thing. But I found there's sort of two types of belief, and the two types, and there's actually lots of types of, when you say belief, psychologists talk about a lot of different things, but I find there's two that's useful for me to think about. The first one is, I believe that when I drop this pen, it will hit the floor. And that's just like an ingrained belief, something that is so true that it can't not be true. That's one kind of belief. And the other belief is something that I hope to be true, that I want to be true. So I believe the Cubs will win the World Series, but I also believe that there won't be any baseball this year. So, but that kind of belief is it's not supported by the facts, but it's something that you maybe deeply have a conviction about. And so what I'm going to be talking about today is when the latter kind of belief becomes the former, when something that you believe or think becomes so ingrained, so true, that it actually has to happen, like it becomes part of the way you see the world. So that is what I'm going to be talking about today, and that gets us into things called expectations and placebos. You have to bear with me, I haven't done this talk in a little while, so I may get caught up. Oh, we got a little audio issues. Misha, we doing okay? Okay, well, hopefully it's not my connection. I think everything, just in case, I may want to shut some things down. Okay. I should say the pictures you're going to see are taken by Erica Larson, who's a phenomenal National Geographic photographer. And some of the pictures, most of them are taken by her for a cover story we did for National Geographic on the science of belief. And some of them are taken by me. You will be able to tell the difference because hers will be the good ones. This is one of her shots right here. So this whole thing began with a trip to this woman's lab, Luana Colloca. She's an Italian scientist who at the time was based at NIH in Bethesda. And she's a phenomenal researcher. She was looking at placebos and how placebos affect your body. And she hooked me up to this machine. She was kind enough to electrocute me for half an hour or so. And she hooked me up to this machine, and she gave me two different kinds of shocks. One shock was every time I saw a green light, basically, I get this shock that was sort of like, it was hooked up to my finger. And so I get this shock that it was sort of like a pinch. It was this little zap. It was sort of uncomfortable, but it was just a little zap. It was a 1 on the scale. And the other one was, I believe it was a 6 or a 7. And this was a powerful shock. This was strong enough that my foot would actually twitch when I got one. And that happened when I saw the red light. So red light was this big, powerful shock that really hurt. It really, really did hurt. Like I was not... It was supposed to be sort of experimental, like what can you handle? And I think they just went further than I should have. And the green light was lower. And then she just went back and forth, red light, green light, red light, green light, just giving me the big shock. And it got to the point where every time I saw that red light, there was sort of a lapse of like a second. And you just sort of go, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. You know, and it was just really, really hard. And after a while, you start to dread that red light. And then on the last round, she did a few rounds of this. On the last round, it felt like maybe the green light had been turned up 1 notch to go from like 1 to 2, not up to 6 or 7, but definitely, you know, and I was actually worried that maybe I had fried a circuit in my nerves in my hand somehow, because it was just a little harder. So some of the green ones were. So afterwards, she came back in and she said, look, you did a great job. Thank you very much. You're very placebo responsive. By the way, on that last time, we gave you the big shock every time. So they gave me, on that last run, they gave me the 7 every time, but they just changed the colors that I saw beforehand. And what's interesting is when I saw that green light, like, yeah, it was a little bit harder than it had been before, but it wasn't much. Like, and I wasn't deluding myself. It really didn't hurt as much. My foot didn't twitch. I mean, it was less painful, and yet they were giving me the full shock. All they changed was the picture or the color that I was seeing beforehand. So they're just changing my expectation, and yet it felt like 2 completely different experiences. And that is the classic sort of the classic conditioning sort of a placebo response that people study in the laboratories. And that sent me down this rabbit hole because what I learned was that in this case, the reason why I wasn't feeling the pain wasn't because I was telling myself that it wasn't happening or that I was somehow convincing myself. It was actually my brain self-medicating. It was actually my brain dropping in drugs before I could process the changes that were happening. Let me tell you a little bit how this works. And I don't want to get into too much into the science. Well, actually, with this group, I probably can because you guys are probably all into science. But let me just imagine for a second. You burn your hand on a stove and you put your hand in, let's say, some cold water, okay? And imagine that pain relief going up your arm, going through the nerves, going into your spinal cord, then going up into the thalamus, and then working its way into like the hippocampus and the ACC, the anterior cingulate cortex, where pain is often associated, though it's in a lot of areas in the brain, and then eventually getting to your frontal lobe, to your prefrontal cortex, and that's when you say like, yeah, that feels good. Like imagine that. And so it's sort of this process that goes all the way up into the brain, works its way to the front, ends up in the front at the end. What a placebo response is that almost the same thing, only it goes in reverse. So it starts in the prefrontal cortex, actually, I believe right here, and then works its way backwards through the ACC, these other parts of your brain, releasing drugs as it goes until you can have the same response. So you can, and so there's a bunch of drugs that your brain has on hand. The one that's the most interesting to study is endogenous opioids, and that's because, there's nothing special about this flower in the middle of the Asian steppe that gives us poppies and opium. Like, the only thing special about that chemical that comes from that flower is that it matches a chemical that's already in our brain. So people might say, like, oh, it's crazy that we have like opium in our brain. No, it's crazy that there's opium in the flower. The opium, having it in our brain is actually the way we do a lot of processes in our body. And the same thing with endocannabinoids. Cannabinoids you might recognize from marijuana. There's a lot of different kinds of cannabinoids in marijuana. We have those same chemicals in our brain, which is often the reason why we have some of these experiences when we try the plant version of that chemical. We also have dopamine. We have serotonin is one that people know. There's a CCK. We won't get into that one. That's a super interesting chemical. But all of these chemicals are on hand. People who study placebos call them the internal pharmacy, because these are drugs that your brain has. And when your brain releases drugs, it's much better at it than a doctor, because it can target exactly where that drug needs to go, and it can do it very quickly. And in fact, when I was in that chair, the drug was actually being released before I processed the pain. Like, that's how fast the brain works. And it's the mechanisms. The mechanisms we're still trying to understand, but the way I like to think of it is your brain is very lazy. It has a certain map of how the world works, and if you want to think of it, people often describe the brain as, if you want to say it's lazy, people often describe the brain as if it had one job. That job is prediction. And this is how you conceive of artificial intelligence too. And this goes way back to the 50s and the early days of artificial intelligence. The brain is a prediction machine. And what it does is it creates predictions all day long. Like, when you're taking a step, your brain assumes the ground is hard. Predictions like, I think next year the hunting will be good on the plains. I think the Cubs will win. Like, everything. Every moment of your life, your brain is taking the past, applying it to the present in order to predict the future. Like, that's basically what your brain does. And there's a lot of other stuff it does, but like, if you want to boil it down to one thing. And so what a placebo response does is it basically changes that expectation so that either in some tricky way or just the process of living, so that your expectation doesn't match. And what's interesting about the brain is that it doesn't like to be wrong. I call it lazy. You can call it, just stubborn, but it doesn't. So it will change reality rather than change an expectation. For instance, you take a little white pill and afterwards you feel better. If you take a placebo pill, rather than having to change that expectation of like, oh, white pills don't make you feel better, the brain will just make you feel better. And this goes up to a point. Obviously, the brain can't just fix everything. But up to a point, your brain will just say, look, it's easier for me to just make the headache go away than it is for me to change my whole perception of what a pill is. And that's basically how the placebo effect works. You're just tricking the fundamental nature of your brain, which is prediction, into releasing drugs. There are several kinds of placebo effects, and we can talk about that in a minute, but that's sort of the one that got me hooked on this. This was not the last time that I experimented on myself in the process of working on this project. Not even close to the last time I experimented on myself. What's interesting about placebo effects is they are everywhere. I went all around the world and talked to lots of different people about how they use expectation, but none of us is immune to this. Whether you're going into a doctor or a shaman or anybody, or this guy I'll talk about in a minute, none of us are immune to belief expectations. We are all gullible creatures. That's one of the things I learned from this. One of the things I found most interesting in this whole process is the theater of medicine. And so this was a torture chamber, a massage parlor that I went to in Hong Kong. And no, not Hong Kong, Beijing. Sorry, I went to Beijing. And it was one of these sort of foot massage places. And what was interesting about this, a lot of interesting things about this experience I read about in the book, is the trappings of a doctor's office. And these are very important. If you guys think about, people who study placebos talk about this theater, and you have the costumes, and you have the sets, and you have the props. And these things are very important. People often feel better as soon as they walk into a doctor's office, or as soon as they walk into a hospital, because they're surrounded by these things that they have either consciously or unconsciously associated with getting better. So if you can imagine going into some dirty old loft and a doctor comes out wearing, like a tank top and some ripped jeans and chucks you some pills, like, is that going to be as effective as the whole rigmarole and having the white jacket, which they don't need to wear? Those white jackets are meant for operating tables to show when you've splattered blood on yourself. Like, that's why they exist. They don't need to wear them. The reason they wear them is because they communicate a certain message that they want us to understand. And this is a very important thing. So my favorite part of sort of and this massage therapist had the same idea. And we talked about this, and he wanted to also communicate what kind of establishment he was. And my favorite part of every doctor's office is in here is the picture of the body, without the skin and all of the muscles and the bones, because if you think about it, the doctor doesn't need that. At least I hope he doesn't. Like, doctors don't need to remind where the ulna is, or the tibia, right? Like, they know these things. The only reason you have that there is for the patient, and sometimes it's for explaining and showing things, but mostly it's just to create that sense that, look, this is an expert. They know these things. They're very clever. Trust them. And that's the role of these trappings. And actually, scientists have studied what happens when you remove some of these things from a doctor's office, and how that affects your expectation of the healing you're about to get. And so the theater of medicine exists in many different contexts, and we shouldn't. I'm going to talk about a lot of different places around the world that use placebos and that think about placebos, but this is not limited to anybody. So these are two different theaters of medicine that you might see. One is at a laboratory, an anesthesiology laboratory at Stanford University. And they're studying transcranial magnetic stimulation. And the other one is a shaman in Highland, Chile. No, let me get back to you on that one. I think it's in Highland, Chile, where Peru. Sorry, no, it's Peru. It's Highland, Peru, who does smoke therapy, uses smoke as a way to clean out your body, and his clothing represents his family's tradition of ingredients for how he uses, how he puts his smoke therapies together, and so when you see that, when you go into his healing treatment, that tells you that he knows what he's doing, that he is competent. When you see this other one, you see the laboratory screens, you see very smart people. If you could turn around to the other side, you see a lot of medical equipment. And that tells us that we're in a place where we're going to get healing. Transcranial magnetic stimulation in this context for pain relief is no better than a placebo. So what you're getting in that Stanford laboratory actually isn't any better than a placebo. Yet we see that and we feel like these people know what they're doing. I'm going to get better here, and it shows itself out in the results you get. And we'll talk about it in a minute. This can be placebos. They can be momentary relief from pain, or they can be really stark. Really impressive. This was a gentleman I met a few years ago. His name is Mike Politich, and Mike was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's in his early 40s, which is rough. I mean, to get Parkinson's, I think it was 42. It's not a lethal disease, but it is something that tends to shorten your life, and it decreases your quality of life a lot. It's a very difficult diagnosis for anyone to get, and so he basically spent the next 8 years sort of trying to figure out how he could find cures, and he got sort of worse and worse, and by the time he got enrolled, he did a couple of studies. By the time he got enrolled in this study that I'm going to talk about, he was having trouble talking, trouble walking. People at his job were actually complaining that he sounded like he was drunk all the time because of the slurring of his words. He was having trouble feeding himself. It was getting bad. And I think it would have been 8 years later. And then he met Kathleen Poston, who was a researcher also at Stanford. And she was working with a large team in a company that was trying to do a trial of something called Neurontin, which they would inject into your skull through a surgery, where they would basically drill 2 holes in your head and inject Neurontin into your substantia nigra, like deep into your brain, and hope to sort of restart the part of your brain that makes dopamine. And Parkinson's is a chronic deficiency in dopamine, and so the idea was if you get the brain to start kicking out more Neurontin, or start kicking out more dopamine using the Neurontin. And this test they've done it once before and it had failed. The reason it had failed is because the placebo effect was so high. So they said, okay, rather than doing it for 1 year, we're going to do it for 2 years, because no placebo effect is going to last 2 years. And we're going to use more people, and we're going to also keep them from actually unblinding themselves through Twitter, which is one of the problems. The first time they were able to figure out who got the real drug and who didn't. Anyway, and then we're also going to have a group of people who are going to get a sham surgery, which they've done in the first one as well, which is those people are just going to get holes drilled in their head, but nothing else. So it'll feel like you got the surgery, but you didn't actually get the real thing. And obviously he's totally blind, so no one knows beforehand who's getting what. Anyway, suffice it to say, this changed Mike's life. He within a year, he ran a half marathon. He went heli skiing with his son. He got in a helicopter and then went off a mountain and skied down. He climbed the backside of Half Dome. This changed his life. He really and for Kathleen, she was like, oh my God, we've cured Parkinson's disease. This is amazing. It's very exciting. And after 2 years, he was sort of her poster child for this amazing therapy. And unfortunately, when they got the results of the experiment back, the drug did not succeed. It failed because, once again, the placebo response was too high. And Kathleen was crushed. She was absolutely crushed because this cure for Parkinson's would not see the light of day. The company actually ended up going out of business because you can't do two of these, small company can't do 2 of these experiments. And survive, as a company. So it ended up going out of business. And she was crushed because this surgery wouldn't be available to people, and it had cured this guy. Then they unblinded it, and what they found was Mike had gotten the sham. He had not gotten the surgery, and that incredible recovery. The thing about Parkinson's, is it doesn't go backwards. The most you can hope to do with any treatment is to stop it, but it doesn't go backwards. And for him, it literally went backwards. He made a recovery, which is relatively unheard of. But that's the power of the placebo effect. And Parkinson's is interesting because dopamine is related to reward. Reward is very much tied into expectation and placebo. So it's not like any, and this is very important to understand, that placebo is very interesting, but they don't apply to everything equally. Some things have huge placebo responses. Parkinson's is one of them. Pain, depression, anxiety. Other things don't. Don't have the same response. So if you look at something like Parkinson's, it does. If you look at something like Alzheimer's, does not have a big placebo response. It's just the chemicals aren't there. It's just there's not a tool for the brain to use. OCD doesn't have a very high placebo response. So there are rules, and that makes it actually more interesting because you can study these things. I've got a great question. I'm going to take that question because I'm just curious, and unfortunately I can't really get a hand count, but I want everyone to think about whether or not, the question is, did he backslide once he knew he got the sham surgery? And I'm curious if anyone would tell him that he'd gotten the sham surgery. Most times when I ask groups of people that, like, no one would tell him, which shows that most people are not very honest when it comes to these kind of things. Obviously, you have to tell them. I don't know how I would have responded to that. I know Kathleen spent a lot of time thinking about how she was going to tell him, and then I talked to him, and he said, I don't remember what she said. I just remember when she said placebo or sham, and everything else just like I just, what he did. I have a lot of respect for Mike. I think what he did was he decided that if he created this in his own mind, that he could continue it. Rather than doing what I would do, which is take a bottle of vodka, crawl into a hole, and never come out, he decided that, no, this is something I can keep going with. And he's actually really, really done well. I haven't talked to him in about a year, but last time I talked to him, he was doing very, very well, and had not backslid. I mean, Parkinson's it's going to progress, but it's progressed a lot less, and he's still very active. So he changed his diet. He did a lot of different things as a part of this, but the power of the brain, especially with something like dopamine, is really, really, this is not just self-delusion. Yes, they measured his dopamine. It's tricky because there are these momentary spikes that you get with these kinds of experiments. You can't do like a constant measuring over the course of 2 years. They do go in, and more often though, they actually do sort of movement measurements to see how much flexibility you have and how much movement you have in certain under certain circumstances. And what you see with Parkinson's, which is interesting, is when you compare placebos, you compare a placebo pill for Parkinson's is less effective than a placebo injection for Parkinson's. And neither of them is as effective as the placebo surgery for Parkinson's. But you don't have like a constant dopamine. His brain is probably going through spurts of putting out more dopamine, but that happens with all Parkinson's patients. They can sort of put out some, but it's not a constant high level. And no, I don't think they have any data for like, unfortunately they went bust. And I don't think they have any data for like whether or not he's like able to keep it higher, but he is able to have more movement. So that is the end product of the dopamine. That's usually what they measure for most Parkinson's patients. There's another question about what are the ethical ramifications of drilling holes and doing nothing else. That is the name of the game. Unfortunately, the ethical ramifications of doing placebo surgeries are you have to do them if you can do them. A lot of surgeries they don't want to. Knee surgeries, for example, when they cleared those, they didn't want to do them because later when they started doing these surgeries, the placebo surgeries, they realized that the placebo effect is actually very, very high, even is sometimes as equal to the knee surgery, depending on the surgery. So some knee surgeries clearly don't outperform placebos. People don't like doing sham surgeries because they do discredit a lot of techniques, but they're important. And yes, for if you can do them ethically, cancer and things where it's not ethical, you don't do a placebo for someone who's got cancer and might die or a heart disease. But if it's chronic, then it's very important. And chronic diseases where you see a lot of placebo effects anyway. Let's see here. This is another, I think this is another Peruvian group of ointments. And another photo by Erica. She traveled around the world taking pictures of different ways that people convey to their patients that they are going to get healing. She also spent some time with Native Americans in New Mexico, and I want to say it is, I think these are Navajo, the Navajo people, and this is a form of sort of massage that is that when you talk to a lot of practitioners of these techniques, they understand the importance of expectation, arguably more than a lot of doctors, because this is a big part of what we do. This doctor notwithstanding, actually, this is a therapy in which you actually cement parts of your spine together for certain back problems. You actually use this sort of cement, and you sort of fuse them. It's not fusing, but you're actually using this. It's a less invasive way to sort of keep the spine fixed, and it doesn't not fixed, but well, what it's doing isn't clear because it doesn't outperform the placebo effect. And the doctor who pioneered this, I believe he's in Wisconsin, is very aware of the fact that when they do sham surgeries, they get the same amount of relief as the surgeries they do. And he's okay with it, actually. He actually feels like it doesn't change the fact that they are helping people. Even if it's a sham surgery, even if he's not sure that it's actually having an effect, he's okay with doing these surgeries with the hopes that maybe there's an effect that can't be seen. Because one of the interesting things about placebo effects is if you have a 50% placebo response, it's very hard to see if anything is happening because it's so high. It's hard to know how effective your treatment is because 50%, it's a lot to get over in order to see something higher than such a high placebo response, which is why you don't see very many new pain drugs, because they have such a large hurdle to get over when it comes to the placebo effect. Same thing with depression. A lot of the conditions that are related to high placebo responses are very lucrative for big pharma, and so there's a lot of effort to create drugs that will treat these conditions, but the placebo effect can be very difficult. That's why a lot of less maybe ethical people want to get rid of the placebo response the way it used to be. We can talk about that in a minute. The way they didn't used to have a placebo-controlled test, trial in order to create a drug, and turned out a lot of our drugs didn't actually do anything. This is another picture of the shaman in Highland, Peru, doing his smoke therapy, and he talked a lot about how belief and how important it is for the patient to have faith, to have an understanding of what's happening. The same way that last guy did. I mean, they acknowledge that the mind of the patient is as important, if not more important than the therapy sometimes. This was another really interesting study that I got to watch, and this is another Parkinson's patient, but he is having a similar thing to Mike, actually, but they're actually doing deep brain stimulation. So rather than injecting a chemical, they're putting in a stimulator, a little electric stimulator that will stimulate the part of the brain, substantia nigra, right here, as a way to get it to start working more. The interesting about this surgery is you have to leave the patient awake. And the reason you have to do that is because it's very hard to find that spot in the brain. It's not like there's a roadmap and it's different in everybody exactly where it is. And so what they have to do is they have to put this thing in there and turn it on and see if they can ease his Parkinson's symptoms, and they ask him, do they feel better? And then he says, yes, okay, they feels better. Okay, then they know they're close, and they know they've got it. But then what they do is they turn off the machine, and they say, how about now? Does it feel better? And he says, yes, it feels better. Well, they turn off the machine. So it's obviously not the machine that's doing it, it's his placebo response that he's having. And so then they know that they might be in the wrong place. And so they have to make sure that they're in the right place, because the placebo effect can basically cause them to put this thing in the wrong place. And then this whole thing would be for nothing. And this is one of the things they've had to learn, is that you can put these things in there and then start them up, and it turns out they're not in the right place. And the placebo effect is constantly getting in the way of medicine, both in the drug companies and also in complex surgeries like this. And so he has to be awake, and they have to test it until they know that they've got something that actually is working on him and not just giving him a placebo response. Because you've got all these doctors walking around him. It's a pretty intense placebo response, as you can imagine. It's a big room with, all these lights and machines and stuff like that. And so, of course, he's going to feel like something's going to work. And this is another example. This is from lowland or in the Amazon. I think it's still in Peru with lowlands. And this is a shaman who is conducting a session. And yes, the little girl is the shaman. In that culture, an 11-year-old girl doing smoke therapy gives confidence. Like she is in that culture. She's the kind of person who gives you confidence that this is going to work. And the kind of things we look for, the cues that we look for, change from one culture to the next in terms of what we want to see in order to give us confidence. And in this culture, it's a young girl she was actually 9 when she started doing this. And so, again, the theater of medicine. We got to go to a lot of different. This is a Laotian family in California doing a ceremony to get a man lost part of his soul, and he was having some physical symptoms related to that. And this was a process to get that part of his soul back. This is in Germany. This is in Tübingen. We went to Tübingen, and there's a very famous pilgrimage that people walk from 50 to 100 miles through the countryside to get to Tübingen, where there's this Black Mary, very famous sort of black wooden Mary that people go to for healing. And they have healings along the way. And I talked to people who had broken ankles who were able to walk, and people who had a lot of pain and also a lot of emotional pain that they were dealing with. It reminded me very much of the community that I grew up in, and other experiences I've had with the community where people were finding healing together. And so this is not about one culture versus another. This is all of us. This is what we do. This is, we get together in groups. And what's interesting about this, and some of the more recent research to come out of actually where I live now, Boulder, Colorado, I just moved, is groups and how groups affect healing. And so they've done these great experiments where they, okay, we're getting close, where they'll give you this kind of the same experiment that I got, where you have some sort of pain and they'll lie about it. And they'll say, okay, you should be feeling this much, but actually they're giving you this much. And they'll sort of play with what they're telling you and you're expecting versus what you're actually getting. But with this one, they put in a twist where they said, okay, tell us if this hurts or not. Just know that 50 other people said it didn't hurt, but be honest, don't lie, but just know that like everyone else said it didn't hurt very much. But you give us your honest response. Well, what do you think happened? Of course, people rated their pain lower. And what they did is they actually did skin conductivity tests where it wasn't just they were saying it was lower, they're actually feeling less pain. And the same thing when they went the other way around, like, rate this pain, but just know that 50 other people said it really hurt a lot. But, be honest, but just know that like people said that it hurt. And sure enough, people felt more pain. So groups, other people, those weren't even real people. Those were like made up people. And we've seen this in all sorts of settings where groups can heighten the placebo effect. And you can actually test that by giving people vasopressin, women vasopressin, men oxytocin, for whatever reason. There seems to be that breakdown. And which are chemicals that are released when we're around other people. And you can actually heighten the placebo effect, but just by taking nasal spray, you can heighten the placebo effect chemically. You can also kill the placebo effect chemically. Get rid of it. So these are not, yes, we're deluding ourselves, and yes, there's a lot of psychology here, but it's also very chemical. And there's sort of two forms that placebos often take. One is conscious and one is unconscious. So the conscious one, the unconscious one would be the one we talked about, where every time you take a white pill, it makes you feel better. So basically you're being conditioned to have that response. And that's an unconscious one. And with those, you can actually give people pills, tell them they're a placebo pill, have them take it. And in a large group of people, it'll still work. Even if they know it's a placebo pill, they describe what a placebo means. And they're very clear. it'll still work because this is an unconscious response to taking a pill. And a lot of people just feel better when they take a pill. And that's just, you can't fight it. The conscious one has a lot more to do with storytelling and the tale that you can spin. And I'll talk about that one, actually my favorite one in a minute. But this is in Mexico. I got a chance to go up there with a TV crew and hang out with this guy. This guy was great. He was a big proponent of sticking your arm in ant hills, and I ended up with a giant bunch of welts all over my arm. And the TV producer, who was going to do the same thing for his back treatment, decided not to when he saw hundreds of ants chewing on my arm. But the theater and the stories we tell ourselves, and that can be in this context, or it can also be going to a doctor's office when doctors try to explain things, or you try to explain what's happening in a doctor's office, has a huge impact on how you perceive the effects. It's a good friend of mine doing a Olympia, a cleaning in a different part of that region. This is different Olympia with the guy who Sikan Upkan, who was filming the whole thing, and at the end of that particular Olympia, it's traditional to spit this water in the face of the patient, and he ended up getting a cold after that because the doctor had a cold. So these things don't always work. You know, there are limits to the effect of belief. And yes, belief can affect your immune system, but you know, you probably can't fight off COVID with belief. This I was talking about the conscious placebo. This is my favorite one. This is a Q-ray bracelet, which they can be as much as $200, like a $5 bracelet they sell for like $200, and it cures chronic pain. And what's great is that this is all about the storytelling, and I find there's sort of two kinds of storytelling that really you see a lot of, and one is like ancient mysticism, and one is space age technology. And this guy has managed to do both because he's got space age, NASA made materials or something like that in a shape that is harnessing the power of ancient Buddhist mysticism, and it was Buddhist ancient power. Yet the guy who started it was actually a fundamentalist Christian. So it's a whole mismatch in there of beliefs. And what's interesting about that is I ended up getting sued by the FTC, and they had many different defenses. One of them was, this is really working. This is a really thing. He had polarized it, but then he decided he didn't polarize it because actually Kodak has a trademark on the word polarized. So then he said he ionized it, which is a totally different process. But he said, no, we ionized it. It's just a fancy word he had found. But he said it was working. He said it was real. And then after they did a bunch of placebo-controlled tests as a part of the lawsuit, he said, okay, maybe it's a placebo, but we put a lot of money into creating that placebo, so we should get paid for that. Like, we've paid to do all these commercials and to show all this and to create this expectation. So if it's working, no one argues that it doesn't work, but it works because of the placebo effect. Well, if we created that, we should get paid for that, which is actually a pretty good argument. The judge did not buy it, and he ended up losing the case. But and it went to the pretty high Court of Appeals. And so he lost the case, but it wasn't a bad argument, in my opinion. And you can still buy them today. I think they did not go out of business. They lost a lot of money, but they did not go out of business. So these are, very clearly placebos, but they're powerful and they work. And, and that's the biggest thing that I want to talk about is like, yes, I like to make fun of people who sell these things, but if you're using them and they work, like, go for it. Like, that's great. It's we shouldn't be judging each other for using them. Making millions of dollars, selling $200, $5 thing for $200, maybe. Though it has been shown that more expensive placebos work better than cheaper ones. So placebos are not just medicine; they are also in sports. I think I probably need to wrap this up pretty soon. They're also in sports. Wine. That if you tell someone it's a wine is more expensive, tends to taste better. And the thinking now is not that you've been tricked, but that it actually does taste better. that it's not that you're telling yourself it tastes better. It actually does taste better. Coke does much better than Pepsi in revealed case tests. Pepsi does better than Coke in blind taste tests because you know what it is, or you don't know what it is. People like Pepsi, but they don't like to admit it. You can lie to athletes and tell them they're taking steroids and they're not, and they tend to do very well. This has been shown again and again. Great research on this out of England. Oh yeah, the other one was Viagra. You have to read the book to learn about Viagra, but placebos do not ignore sex. I can skip through this. I also, in the book, I also talk about hypnosis and false memories. This is a slide on false memories and how false memories affect your belief and expectations. This is me in Germany, I think. Oh, sorry, Italy. This is the decapitated head of St. Catherine, also a place people go to find healing. Great story with her. And this is one of my favorite pictures, and I'll end with this. Because I was raised in Christian Science, and my favorite thing about this picture that Erica took was this is part of that ceremony to bring that guy's soul back, and they killed this pig, and they did all this other stuff, and it's pretty insane. But I grew up in this crazy religion, too, where you prayed and make things go away. And like I was that little kid, with the iPhone, like, yeah, whatever, like souls, and we're making magic, whatever. Like I'm gonna play with my candy or whatever. And that was totally me. I mean, these things become part of your life, who you are. You don't think twice about them. Even in some what we other people might consider very wild contexts. This becomes who you are and how you see the world. And that's what I grew up with. Is that in the case of Christian Science, that reality doesn't exist and that you can change everything with your mind. And so, while that might not necessarily be true, there is an element of that is true. And the important thing to take from it is the way that we treat each other and the way that we engage with our patients, if we're doctors, or our doctors if we're patients. So thank you very much. That is, I could have spent a lot more time talking about hypnosis and false memories and some other things, but let's take some questions and talk about belief a little bit. Let's pretend like you're applauding. Okay. Let's see here. No? All right. I have not done this before, so okay. We have yes. Yes. So there's a question about standard of care. No, you do not have to do that for placebo groups. You do for certain conditions, not for all conditions. No, you for many conditions, if it's a chronic condition, if it's something where you're not going to see long-term problems, you can give straight placebos. My doctor did half a dozen ADHD medications with me, and she didn't see. So I'm sorry, I don't know if I can read this. I wonder, my doctor tested about half a dozen ADHD medications with me, and none had the effect on me until we got to methylphenidate. Should this be yeah, it's yeah, that's the thing. So I didn't get to get into this, but there's this really big area of study, which is why do some people have placebo effects and other people not? And this is a huge question, and people have tried to answer this question actually for a long time in some very weird ways. Maybe it's gender, maybe it's age, maybe it's race in one case, maybe it's personality type, and none of these things work out. The problem with placebo effects is actually you can do these experiments where you do the placebo effect, or do the experiment, get a bunch of placebo people, get rid of them, do the experiment again, and more placebo people just come out of nowhere. So who are these people that are like ruining medicine in the eyes of the people who make medicine? Like all they want to do is get rid of these people. On the other hand, these people are getting better on their own, so they're actually very lucky. Who are these people? And no one's ever been able to really work out who they are until recently. They're starting to find some genes that seem to be related to these things. One of them is the classic COMT gene. It's the warrior gene. And the people who are, I think they're the worriers. I don't remember how that broke down. It's not a very good description, but it's the people who have more dopamine in their system, who tend to be more effusive, are the ones who, there's been a lot of personality studies with COMT, genes, COMT. That particular gene, along with about, I think they're up to a couple dozen now that they've found, and they're hoping to get up to, 30, I think 30 something, and they're hoping to get up to the hundreds of genes that are related. But some of them are really, really powerful related to placebos. So maybe it's genetic. Why don't you have it? I don't know. Maybe you can do your 23andMe and see if you have that gene. I have checked all my friends who've done 23andMe to see who has the right genes that line up to make them placebo responders. There was only one of them who had all of
I
them.
hate to break in, but I'm afraid that's time.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. And then I'll have to leave the last question then. Can I comment on the last question?
I guess we can run one last thing. Yeah.
Yeah, one last thing. There's a question about my Christian Science upbringing, how it does affect my belief system today. I am not a Christian Science anymore. I use medication. My kid's got all his shots. What I do think is interesting about Christian Science, though, is that Christian Science believes that you have already been healed. You just can't see it. A lot of prayer religions sort of believe that you can change your body by healing it. Christian Science believes it's already healed. You just can't see it. And I think that's really interesting because that triggers expectation a lot better than hoping that something will change your body, thinking that it's already done and you just need to see it because you're already creating the expectation that it's there. So I think it's very clever the way that was, and it makes sense that people would feel healing that way because the expectation is set up to already be there. And that's what I think about. I think it's very interesting. I've gotten some I've gotten some complaints from Christian Scientists who don't love this way of seeing it, but it's hard to step out of your belief system. It's hard for me to step out of your belief system. My dad is in the beginning of the book, if you read it, and a lot of long conversations about this with him because he still believes in this stuff, and it makes his life better. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with going out there and finding something that makes your life better and gives you healing. God, I wish I had it. So I would say, read my book. It won't take away your placebo response. If you write my book, it might. I'm kind of cynical now. But thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Okay, so you see it now? Okay, got it. Sorry, I see the chat window now. Yeah. Well, good evening. Welcome to Exploring Planetary Climate. This is the talk of a book that was published last year. I didn't manage to get the Discord thing sorted out, my fault. So if you do have follow-up questions, you'll need to track me down. I'm easy to Google, but the email is there. My mouse gone. I'm at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab, which builds and sends spacecraft throughout the system. I'm a spacecraft engineer by training, but over the years I've become more of a planetary scientist. I work on the NASA mission at Mars, Japanese mission at Venus, and at APL I help put together the Dragonfly mission concept. I occasionally get out into the field, so it's not just all computer models and space hardware. What I got into was planetary climate and how we understand it, and how in parallel with learning about conditions on other planets, we also figured out how our own climate works. And that's a story that basically goes back to the beginning of history. If you actually look even at Herodotus, in the 500 BC or so, he reports that there were seashells on mountaintops that suggest that the sea level was higher at some point in time in Egypt. They're trying to figure out how it is that as you go south from the Mediterranean, it gets hotter. So how can the Nile be coming from the south, and why does the Nile flow stronger in summer when it's hotter, when there's no rain? And of course, it's because of snow melt and so on. But we live on a planet. Our prosperity depends on climatological factors, navigation, agriculture, and so on. And so it's always been a feature of how we want to understand the world around us. But of course, the story really starts in the sort of after this sort of scientific revolution, and I'll really be talking about the last couple of centuries with an emphasis on the last 50 or 60 years as we've gone into the space age. And just to sort of set the stage here, this is a plot of atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration over the last 160 years, with a few of the key players kind of called out that we'll be going through the progressive understanding of how heat works, the recognition of the ice ages, the understanding of the greenhouse effect, and then the introduction of numerical models that let us predict the climate and how we had to adapt those to other worlds. And then, of course, the opportunity to actually visit those other worlds within our own solar system with robotic spacecraft. One of the neat things that was one of the many neat things that Edmund Halley, the astronomer, did, as well as predicting the return of the comet that bears his name, was he made the first vector map, as far as is known, to plot out, based on the reports from ship captains, the direction of the trade winds. So you can maybe just see that these little ticks have a sort of thick end and a narrower tail. We didn't, the arrowheads hadn't been invented, but this kind of plots out, the direction of the wind patterns. And this is kind of the first real attempt to put data at a planetary scale in a single framework, right? The weather isn't just what you experience at one place and one time. It's part of a bigger system, and that system has trends and patterns and repeats, and and this was his attempt to grapple with it. Halley also did a lot of other pioneering things in climate, like figuring out exactly how much sunlight different latitudes got, and even did a scaling calculation. He had a pan of warm water and measured how long it took to evaporate, and kind of guessed at the area of the Mediterranean Sea, and realized that it was out of balance with the rivers flowing into it. There had to be a flow going into or out of the Atlantic. And these are just the sort of thought processes, the sort of models that we use to understand planetary processes today. As a Briton living in the USA, it's fun to recall that the ocean circulations were kind of first pointed out, recognizing the traffic between the States and Europe, and in particular Benjamin Franklin, who was a real polymath and famous for his work on lightning and so on, as the postmaster, noted that the ships going from Europe to the States took rather longer than those going in the other direction, even when the winds were factored in. And again, speaking to ship captains, he compiled information that let him lay out the existence of what we call the Gulf Stream, which is part of the broader ocean circulation, which plays a big role in moderating the effect of the different levels of sunlight at different latitudes and how they control temperature. Basically, Northern Europe would be much, much colder if it were not for the heat in the Gulf Stream. Benjamin Franklin was frequently crossing the Atlantic himself. He was an ambassador in France and observed balloon flights. One of his writings was kind of fun for me. I do some field studies on dust devils, vortex whirlwinds that pick up dust. And although they're more often found in the desert southwest, they can appear in a lot of places. And Franklin describes an encounter with one while he's on horseback, and he tried using his horsewhip on it to disrupt it, and found that it had no effect. He also speculated that the harsh winter of 1783 was caused by the eruption of the volcano on Iceland, Laki. There's a really nice book about that called Island on Fire. But basically the sulfurous emissions of that volcano caused sulfate aerosols that basically blocked sunlight. There was a scientific conference I was supposed to go to about a decade ago that had to cancel the trip because the air traffic over the North Atlantic was disrupted by a different Icelandic volcano. In the same era, Thomas Jefferson, was a farmer as well as his more notable political work, and he recorded that climate change was happening, that snows were less frequent, and this is largely an effect of land clearing, as far as is understood. That the changing amount of trees affects the reflectivity of the ground and the moisture budget. And he even wondered whether cutting a channel through Panama might let the sea temperatures change and basically get rid of some of the fogs in Newfoundland, which is kind of the first example I've come across of speculative planetary engineering, which gets talked about these days in the context of combating greenhouse warming. Over in Russia, the first kind of indications of an atmosphere on Venus were actually noted by an astronomer observing the transit of Venus across the sun. If you look at just this little corner blown up, basically when Venus was right at the edge of the sun, and we had some transits of Venus in 2012, the disk of the sun was slightly distorted because the atmosphere acts like a little lens, and this is in fact how we how we have a hope of interrogating the composition of exoplanets when they let some of their starlight go through the atmosphere to our telescopes. So this was the first solid indication of an atmosphere on Venus. There had been telescopic observations of clouds and polar caps on Mars by this time. It's also interesting in a northeastern USA context to note that the platform on which the Declaration of Independence was read was actually originally erected to observe a transit in 1769, and actually reports that Benjamin Franklin published in the Proceedings of the Royal Society of London were maybe some of the first American signs reported in Europe. As the European powers of the time explored more and more of the world, they collected information more or less systematically. There's a great book you can find online, edited by the astronomer John Herschel. It's the Royal Navy Manual of Scientific Inquiry. It lays out how ship's captains or their delegates should record the weather patterns at different locations, how to write down the pronunciation of exotic languages, how to document the tidal conditions, and so on. It's a really, really fun read. But obviously there is a very systematic variation of climate with latitude, and that's a profound feature of climate on other planets as well. You can see these horizontal lines are distorted a little bit because of the ocean currents. The Gulf Stream, the thermohaline circulation lets warmth get further north in the North Atlantic. And there's also the effect of altitude, and explorers like Humboldt, who provided the basis for this map, was a great mountain climber. He explored many mountains himself in South America, and you have these climate zones where the vegetation changes as a function of altitude, and there's a trade-off between altitude and latitude. It was about in the mid-19th century that people started to consider whether mountaintops might actually be a good place to study other planets and the stars. And Piazzi Smith from Scotland, in fact, where I'm from, brought a telescope up to 9,000 feet in Tenerife off the coast of Africa, and noted that as you get higher, obviously it gets colder. That's pretty well established in all mountain ranges. But the sun gets stronger, right? So how does the sun get stronger yet it gets colder? This paradox had to be resolved. And he noticed that everyone got very suntanned, and the varnish on his barometer casing blistered. And what he's got here is a thermometer with sort of a black absorber on it, basically a means of measuring the power of sunlight, right? Until you have a measurement of that, you can't understand how the climate works. And Piazzi Smith's book is really interesting. Again, you can find it online. It's actually full of stereo photographs. This is just one of a pair, and you can get if you sort of squint right, or you have a stereo viewer, you can actually see the 3D structure of all this. He noted that even though they were 300 miles off the coast of Africa, there were sometimes big dust clouds blowing across the sea. Those, in fact, turn out to be very important in the fertilization of the oceans and even the Amazon rainforest. That the nutrient budget, the iron in particular, can be controlled by the amount of dust in the atmosphere. And he noticed that on the dustier days, there was less sunshine as measured by his instrument, but a thermometer in the shade got warmer because the dust was absorbing the heat that would normally fly straight through the thin atmosphere. And again, this is sort of just starting to get the hang of radiative heat transfer, which is the fundamental means by which heat goes in and out of planetary atmospheres. The advent of the telegraph permitted simultaneous observations of weather to be assembled into a coherent picture. And in around about 1860, Joseph Henry of the Smithsonian, took telegraphed weather reports and kind of compiled them instantaneously into a kind of real-time map in the lobby of the Smithsonian. And actually, this sort of idea of predicting weather by seeing weather patterns and their movement works rather better in North America than in Europe, because at these latitudes, the weather is kind of coming from the west, and the west for Europe means the Atlantic Ocean, and there aren't telegraphs there. But in the USA, you can get a report from Chicago or whatever, and guess that maybe that's going to tell you a little bit about what the weather will be like here tomorrow. William Ferrell kind of worked out this sort of trade wind pattern and its relation to planetary rotation, and again, that's fundamental. As you change the planetary radius or you change the rate of rotation, you influence the latitudinal extent of these circulation cells, and that has a profound effect on the weather. In particular, for example, on Titan, which is a small, slowly rotating body, these cells extend much further than they do on Earth. And getting this sort of big picture of atmospheric circulation kind of lets you start contemplating, voyaging around the Earth by aerial means. And there was a report in the New York Sun in 1844. It had people mobbing the newspaper offices, actually, about this report of a transatlantic balloon crossing. The funny thing is, it was actually fake news. It was a made-up story by Balticon's own Edgar Allan Poe, in fact. He just kind of made the story up just to kind of drum up excitement. Of course, in this same era, there were occasional events that had a global impact, the Krakatoa eruption, and we'll come back to a modern counterpart a little bit later. But balloon ascents were happening. Obviously, the Montgolfier brothers were in the late 18th century, but people started flying with the intent of making scientific measurements. And there's a British meteorologist, James Glaisher, whose explorations were just dramatized in I think it was HBO movie, The Aeronauts. And the gas balloon got to probably something like 30,000 feet. The actual height wasn't properly recorded because he passed out, and his assistant managed to pull the vent cord with his teeth because his hands weren't working right. But these high altitude explorations, in the end, done automatically with sort of chart recorders, recording data on a rotating cylinder of metal with a sort of stylus that left a scratch, documented that yes, it gets colder and colder as you get higher, as was known going up a mountain, but eventually the temperature levels off. You get to what was eventually called the stratosphere, and that was all over a century ago now. What happens in the Earth is that warm air rises and cools off. That's a property of all gases. But as you get to a high enough altitude, the absorption of sunlight by, in fact, ozone in the Earth's atmosphere causes the temperatures to rise again. And the same effect happens, for example, on Titan, but it's with a different gas or a different absorber. This whole absorbing of thermal radiation and sunlight by gases had to be quantified to understand all this. And the first quality measurements were done by James Tyndall in the UK around about 1840. And part of that was enabled by electrical instrumentation, a thermopile. I love this diagram because you can just kind of see how it all works just by looking at it. Basically, this metal box here has boiling water in it, so you know what temperature it was. and it's got a black paint, so it radiates heat at the right rate. And you compare the temperature of the little detector here with the temperature of light heat from a similar box that goes through a tube of the air of the gas that's under study. And Tyndall showed that methane and carbon dioxide and water vapor will absorb heat radiation. There was actually a lady in the United States a couple of years before who showed that carbon dioxide absorbs sunlight, which is actually a different effect. It's in a way an anti-greenhouse effect rather than a greenhouse effect, but important in the Venus climate, for example. So she speculated, perhaps incorrectly, but relevant for this topic, that if the Earth had an atmosphere with a lot of CO2 in it, maybe it would have a higher temperature, which of course it turns out to be the case, but for the greenhouse effect, not for the anti-greenhouse. You can take that thermocouple technology as it was to measure temperature electrically and measure small changes of temperature, and put one of those instruments at the focus of a telescope. And actually, for many decades, the largest telescope in the world was one in Ireland, the one on the right here. It can't point in all directions; it can only go up and down. But there was a counterpart smaller telescope, a 3-foot, which was used with one of these thermocouples to measure the temperature of the moon in the 1860s. And it really required the sort of quantitative relationship of temperature and radiant heat to be laid out before you could predict in a theoretical manner what the temperature of other planets should be, knowing how reflective they are and how far from the sun. And actually, the first person I can find who actually did that calculation was a guy called Christensen in Denmark. He was actually Niels Bohr's advisor. This was in 1889 or so. And he predicts very cold temperatures for Mars, minus 40 Celsius, minus 30 something, not clement. Of course, not long thereafter, Percival Lowell in the US, looked through a telescope and was excited at what he thought were canals, and speculated about a civilization struggling to fight cold desertification with canals. And it's interesting that this was he set up his observatory in Arizona, not far from the Grand Canyon, and there is actually now a canal called the Central Arizona Project that takes water from the Colorado and brings it south, not far away from Flagstaff, where the observatory that bears its name is. And actually, it's interesting. Lowell was a publicist, among other things. He wrote a lot of popular works about Mars, and the scientific community, predominantly in Europe, very much rounded on him for saying stuff that basically they didn't think to be true. And it's interesting just reading some of the literature of the time at how they sort of try to take apart, piece by piece, the evidence that Lowell, who basically was wishful thinking, offered. This graphic on the right is by Edward Maunder, the guy who's famous for sort of sunspots, that predicts the temperature as a function of latitude on Mars and on Earth. And I think this is the first effort to show the variation of temperature on Mars with latitude. But you can quite clearly see that his calculations indicated that it was inhospitably cold. And it was maybe in the 1920s that there started to be credible thermocouple measurements via the 100-inch Mount Wilson telescope, among others, that kind of confirmed how cold Mars actually is. Meanwhile, there were better measurements. This one by a balloon in Antarctica by a guy called Simpson in the UK. And this was really when the greenhouse effect started to be properly understood and quantified in a modern kind of manner. Meanwhile, the ice ages were kind of becoming understood. It was from 1840 that the speculations that maybe the climate really was different a long time ago came out. They were first quantified by an interesting guy called James Kroll in Scotland. He was a very unsuccessful guy at a number of careers, but he got a job as a janitor, a little bit like Goodwill Hunting, in a university in Scotland, and that gave him access to a library where he basically taught himself geology and astronomy and mathematics. And he calculated, for example, how much heat was being transported by the Gulf Stream and how much colder Northern Europe would be if it weren't there. He predicted how much less sunshine there would be as a function of latitude for different geometries of the Earth's orbit and rotation. And these changes, this geometry changes over time in a largely predictable way. Milankovitch, some years later, repeated these calculations in much more, in fact, excruciating detail. So these climate cycles driven by astronomical changes are often called Kroll-Milankovitch cycles. But as this understanding kind of progressively emerged, we could start to explain a lot of the landscape around us. This is a giant boulder in Washington State that was placed in the middle of this big flat plain by glacial dam breaking. Again, something that was only figured out in the 1920s. This area was actually used as a analog site for the Mars Pathfinder lander in 1997. Which landed at a similar sort of catastrophic flood location. There's a guy called Lewis Fry Richardson, who was an ambulanceman in World War I, who developed the theory of predicting weather by calculation. That if you break up the world into a grid and figure out how much force is accelerating a body of air and how much heat is going in and out of it, you can calculate the weather. And he did this calculation by hand, taking months, for one single day in 1910. And his manuscript on this was actually placed for safekeeping under a coal pile just behind the front lines, and was lost for a while, but fortunately was retrieved, and his book actually forms the basis for modern weather calculation. So all the pieces are sort of coming together. In the late 30s, there was another amateur. There's a lot of amateurs in this business, called Callender, who noticed that maybe there was a bit more CO2 in the Earth's atmosphere than there had been when the first measurements were recorded. And not only was it a little bit higher, but it was consistent with how much fossil fuel should have been burned, and with the amount of temperature rise that had been noticed in a couple of locations. This was the first indications, the first coherent story of climate change, of global warming in the sort of modern context. This is not a new thing. Arrhenius in the early 1900s kind of figured it out. Guy Callender here actually saw evidence for it happening. And around about the same time, speculation began that maybe Venus had a strong greenhouse effect. And then, of course, there was World War II with radar and computers and rockets and all the tools that let us explore the planets. One of the brave efforts to do that before the space age was a French astronomer called Edwin Dollfus, who I actually had the opportunity to meet once. He's a magnificent guy. And in something that looks like it belongs for a Darwin Award, he built an observatory gondola with a telescope to get above all the water vapor and CO2 of the Earth's atmosphere to study Mars and Venus. And so there's actually good reasons for doing that with 104 weather balloons rather than one big balloon. It's a stabler arrangement. There's easier procurement. I heard the rumor that he effected descent with a small rifle to shoot out a small number of the balloons. I haven't been able to confirm that. But that was what the best that people could do before actually venturing out into space. Again, with a sort of Baltimore, Washington area theme, the first indications of a very hot Venus surface temperature were done with a radio telescope at NRL, a little bit south of where I'm sitting. And that indicated a very hot Venus, but it wasn't certain if that was the surface temperature. This instrument was actually calibrated with a transmitter that got put at the top of the Washington Monument, which I thought was rather cool. But it was spacecraft measurements that really resolved the matter, and the first interplanetary spacecraft from the US to Venus, Mariner 2, had a microwave instrument to resolve the question, and indeed it showed that Venus was intolerably hot. So it would wait for Russian landers to really measure exactly how hot. 1957, the first satellite was International Geophysical Year, which stimulated a lot of other activity like polar exploration and the start of obtaining ice cores that give us the clues about our own climate history. They were also the start of the systematic measurements of atmospheric CO2 that have now climbed to 100 ppm higher than the numbers the calendar reported. And then we really got to explore Mars by transmitting a radio signal through it from Mariner 4. We learned how thick the atmosphere was. It was much less thick than Lowell had hoped, for example. And in fact, it's thin enough that it radiates to space and allows the about 30% of its mass to frost out onto the poles. A really dramatic seasonal cycle. It looked desolate at first. The first pictures from the early Mariners just showed craters, but when Mariner 9 went into orbit, it found a lot more interesting things. There was a dust storm going on when it arrived. When that cleared, there was even evidence of rivers in the past. So that really kind of reawakened the Lowellian ideal of a wet and perhaps hospitable Mars. But Mariner also showed us layers in the polar cap. And this was about the same time that the first robust evidence that our ice ages really were driven by astronomical cycles. There were deep sea cores that showed periodicity, regular climate changes that happened at just the frequencies, just the intervals you'd expect from the astronomical effects. Viking, at the same time, 1976, gave us our in situ view of the Martian climate, very much a cold desert. There was a little bit of frost seen at the Viking 2 site, which was further north than Viking 1. This is Carl Sagan in Death Valley with one of the Viking landers for some tests. Venus's surface conditions were revealed only by these Russian landers, which look kind of crazy. They're basically pressure vessels. They're almost built like submarines. And they didn't need a parachute because the Venus atmosphere is so dense that you can just use this plate to slow your descent. And they were even able to take pictures of the surface in some of the later landers. But Venus really got set up as the sort of greenhouse boogeyman, right? A terrestrial effect taken to a planetary extreme. And that motto sort of stands today. The fourth climate in the solar system is the one I like, Titan. Voyager 1 visited in 1980, flew by, and Voyager 2 shortly afterwards. Titan has an atmosphere that's in many ways like our own. It's mostly nitrogen, but it's much colder because it's so much further from the sun. And its stratosphere is kept warm by the absorption of sunlight by this sort of brown smog, which has a lot in common with sort of the nuclear winter scenarios that were discussed around about this time, the early 80s. And the smog is made by the action of sunlight on methane. Methane acts as a condensable greenhouse gas the same way water does. on Earth. So Titan has a lot of features that are like the Earth, but different. Different working materials, different temperature conditions. But that's a picture that has been borne out by Cassini, of course. In the 80s, we saw evidence with Pioneer Venus that the amount of sulfur dioxide in the Venus atmosphere seemed to change, at least at the levels we could observe it. And we got kind of a taste of that ourselves with the Pinatubo eruption, which put a lot of sulfate aerosols into the atmosphere. And these actually reflected a bit of sunlight away from the Earth and caused about a Kelvin, 1 degree of temperature change. And it was around about this time that it became recognized that the dinosaurs were probably wiped out 65 million years ago by the climate effects of a meteor impact, not by the meteor impact itself, but by all the smoke and sulfate aerosols injected into the atmosphere, a lot like Pinatubo, but on a much more dramatic scale. In the mid-90s, late 90s, we got back to Mars with Mars Pathfinder, which saw this area strewn with rocks that had been, we think, driven out by a catastrophic flood. Even though Mars is usually too cold, there were at least episodes where liquid water flowed on the surface. And we've studied Mars with more and more spacecraft in the last couple of decades. There's been a continuous presence that is starting to show processes like the polar caps having changes that vary from year to year. There's a systematic erosion of some of this carbon dioxide ice, for example. And we've seen things like sand dunes moving, impact craters forming. We've had radars that have let us probe the polar caps on Mars, measure directly their thickness, and record some of the layers inside that record climate history. Really great pictures, some topography data that showing evidence of near-surface ice. That's something that was suspected but not certain 20 years ago. So we're now really getting quite a good handle on the Martian climate. We got to visit Titan with Cassini and Huygens in 2005 and subsequently. And that again showed, rocks. But these are kind of rounded rocks. They've been tumbled by a flash flood of liquid methane, in fact, and that's similarly formed these river channels. We had no right to expect this picture taken by the Huygens probe after landing. It wasn't designed necessarily to survive impact with the surface, but we got lucky. We're seeing with Cassini lots of different kind of cloud activity. The hydrological cycle is active today. We saw some areas of Titan's surface get dark after these cloud systems had been there. Basically, these clouds were dropping rain. We mapped out sand dunes over much of Titan's surface. And for a while, actually, in a great clash of observation versus theory, the weather models, the circulation models that predict winds, didn't match up with the directions that we could see the sand transport going. This is a radar image, maybe 100 kilometers across, showing these long dunes. And the dunes seem to be going in the wrong direction. But what we've since understood is that basically methane rainstorms cause strong winds in the atypical direction, let's say. And it's only the strong winds that move the sand. And so the sort of watermark left by the wind pattern only records these strong winds, which occur during the equinox season. So we're really actually starting to get models that have predictive utility at other planets. And these models also explain why most of Titan's seas in the present day seem to be in the North Polar region. There's very little in the south. And that's because, like Earth and Mars, the orbits around the sun are not quite circular. The northern summer is longer and cooler than southern summer. And that has the effect of pumping the volatiles, pumping the methane to the northern polar regions. And that's true right now. But 30,000 years ago, most of Titan's liquid was probably on the other hemisphere, just as you get the ice ages on Earth and these layered terrains on Mars. So these climate changes leave their imprint in Titan's landscape. We've got many years of data now of all kinds on Mars, and there's a whole cottage industry of Mars weather modeling, and that will become important. Looking forward to human exploration one day, and there's a whole fleet of spacecraft in development or on their way or at Mars already. There'll be another couple going to Mars soon, and eventually perhaps bringing samples back. Venus has been left behind a little bit. Magellan in the early 90s was supposed to map Venus, as well as Mariner 9 mapped Mars. So we've got a lot of catching up to do, and there are efforts underway to catch up. So let's hope for that. And I'm just about out of time. I work on InSight on Mars, and actually we saw this in its solar panel currents. This is the shadow of the little moon Deimos going in front of the sun a few weeks ago. And it's these transit light curves, the way light is blocked by a planetary object, that let us get our first glimpses of the climate on exoplanets, which I don't have time to get into. So one thing to look forward to is going back to Titan in 2034 with APL's Dragonfly mission. And I'll just close by plugging the book again and some other books. And I'll see if I can look at the Q&A. There's a couple of, let's see. So I see one question. Are there significant effects on Titan's climate from it being a moon? Not really. It's far enough away from Saturn that light reflected by Saturn contributes only about 1/500th of the total sunlight and infrared radiation reaching it. It does have eclipses. During the equinox season, there are eclipses that last a few hours. I don't know if there was any evidence of that observed during the 2009 equinox by Cassini. Let's see, there's a longer question. KLX grade posed this observation question. Having studied Cosmos recently by Sagan. Right, so the question is about scientific communication. In Huygens' day, this was, people wrote books and letters, and some of the publications were actually done kind of in code. They deliberately hid things in mirror writing or anagrams or so they could point to it afterwards and say, hey, look, I discovered this thing, look, I wrote it down, but they didn't want to give away all the details. It was during, I guess, the 18th century that modern scientific journals appeared with sort of systematic peer review and reporting, and Halley was actually a big player in getting that set up. But letters were obviously still a very common means of communication for Sagan in the 70s, for example. I remember getting my first email account working for the European Space Agency in 1990, working on Huygens. It wasn't a World Wide Web then, but there were text emails, and that becomes obviously a very, very quick way to share brief ideas. But the pace of collaboration has been accelerating, and the use of preprint servers for posting online stuff more or less as soon as it's figured out and written is profound. It's getting ever harder to keep up. Let's see, let me scroll up. Longitude using onboard clocks. So the whole business of astronomy was a strategic one in the 18th centuries and subsequently. So knowing your position at sea was a driver of clock technology. There were other methods explored by Huygens and others, looking at the moons of Jupiter actually as a means of effectively putting a clock in the sky. And the systematic acquisition of climate data was very much tied up with naval operations and exploration, but the physics of understanding the climate was more or less independent of astronomy and timekeeping. So I think there's not too many dots to join there. So I'm getting instructions that I should wrap up because we're at the end of time. So I do thank you for dialing in. I hope it was interesting, and maybe some of you might enjoy the book.
Oh, those are leaves. Okay, she's prepared.
Okay, are we live now?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Virtual Balticon. This presentation is how to heat and cool your spaceship, or, if you prefer, aerospace thermal engineering. And thermal engineering in space is just like heating and air conditioning on Earth, except that there's no air in space. Everything you use has to be launched by a rocket with limited space and a limited amount of weight carrying capacity. The amount of electricity you use is limited by what's available at the spacecraft, which is usually generated by solar cells. And complicated mechanisms with lots of moving parts are bad because it's hard to repair them when they break. Okay, I'm gonna do 3 sections of this talk. The first section is going to be the 3 types of heat flow. The second section is going to be a card demonstration, an exercise that we use where I work, where we introduce some basic concepts and then ask you to help solve a possible problem. Normally we ask the audience to solve it. Don't bother. Chris, don't bother. Okay. But you're off the hook on that one. So, and then we'll discuss some actual spacecraft and their thermal systems and how they work. Okay, the 3 types of heat flow are convection, which is flow of air or fluid, like when you feel cold air from an air conditioner or hot air from a furnace. The second type we'll discuss is radiation, like when you're standing in the hot sun and the sunlight heats you up. And the final one is conduction, like when you touch a hot stovetop or a cold ice cube. Cats have an intuitive understanding of heat flow, so I will use cats to help describe these types of heat flow. Okay, the first type, convection. We're demonstrating convection right here. This little device, let me point the screen down so you can see better. This little device uses the heated air from the candles to drive this little fan, and it turns around and the little angels go around and hit the bells. Okay. This other thing sitting in front of it, this wheel that you see spinning around, that is something called a Stirling cycle engine, which is a very efficient engine that takes heat and turns it into motion. And it's taking the heat that's rising through the air from the hot water in this coffee cup. And the Stirling cycle is so efficient, it's even being talked about as a way of creating electricity in satellites where there is a source of heat. Convection is not just in air, it's in water, it's even in the Earth's mantle. All right, cats, as I was saying, have an intuitive sense of heat transfer. If everything is working correctly, you should be seeing a photo of my cat sitting in front of this thing, which is the grate where the hot air comes out of the furnace, out of the heating system. Now, there's not a lot you can do with convection to get heat into or out of a spacecraft because there's no air out there. And no air out there is why in the Alien movies, they said in space, no one can hear you scream. I prefer the kinder, gentler version in Ready, Jet, Go, which is in space, there is no sound. However, convection can still be important in a spacecraft if you have fluid flow through pump tubings, like through a heat pipe or through a cooling system that we'll see in the Parker Solar Probe. Okay, the next type of heat flow that we will talk about is radiation. Here is a picture of a cat demonstrating its understanding of heat transfer by radiation. It is lying there in that patch of sunlight that is coming out of the window. Now, radiation just means energy that travels in rays. It can be light rays. It can be radiation from a radioactive element. Light is a kind of electromagnetic radiation. It works by means of electric and magnetic fields that are interacting. Radio waves are another form of electromagnetic radiation, as are infrared waves, which are also called heat rays because they are detected by the heat they cause in objects that absorb them. You can see them in those thermal cameras that you can get or that they use in the TV programs on CSI. Anything that has any sort of temperature at all radiates. The hotter the thing is, the more energy it radiates and the shorter the wavelength. The sun is like 6,000 degrees Kelvin, and so it radiates really strongly, a lot stronger than we do. And in the visible spectrum, we are much colder. We don't radiate nearly as much, which is a good thing. And we radiate in the infrared region of the spectrum, longer wavelengths, which you can see with those thermal imaging cameras. Even things colder than humans radiate in a way that can be important. Here's a photo of the parking lot where I used to live. You notice that there are trees all along one side. I found out that on cold winter nights when I parked there, the window on whichever end of the car was pointed towards the trees would be frost-free, and the window on the other end, the windscreen, the windshield or the rear window, would be covered with frost. Here's what I think was going on. The car was radiating at really long wavelengths from both ends, but the end that was pointed towards the trees, it was getting radiation back from those trees. The end that was pointed out towards the open sky, well, nothing much was coming back. Pardon me, had to blow out those candles. Now, cats are too smart to experience radiation heating by, for example, putting their paw on a stove or anything hot. So for a cat illustration of radiation heat transfer, I had to use a metaphorical cat. Haven't seen the movie, but that's a dynamite cast. So that is heat by conduction. And I am going to unshare my screen and try to do a couple of little experiments here. Let's see what we can do. Yes, let's get rid of our Stirling cycle engine. And we are going to pour some hot water into this mug. And I have a little classroom demonstration device here with a number of different metals. And on the metals, there are thermometers, liquid crystal thermometers. I'm going to stick the metal bars into the water And I hope we can see those liquid crystal thermometers indicate the temperature. And you will see that different metals will heat up at different rates because they conduct heat at different rates. Let me see. Let me walk around and see if I can see those thermometers. Oh, I need to be on the other side, don't I? Well, copper is up to 36 and aluminum is down here. There's not much registering on the brass or the steel. The copper is already up to 39,
38, 37.
and 38, 37, 36. 36 is the steel. What we're seeing here, the copper is up to 40. This thing only goes up to 42. This is all Celsius, by the way. What we're seeing here is that some metals conduct heat a lot better than others. Copper, it's up to 41 already. I'm going to pull it out. Copper conducts heat very well. I hope you could actually see that on your screens.
Want me to take that?
I've got another kind of simpler demo here. I have a silver spoon, which I bought on eBay, especially for this demo. I have a stainless steel spoon that I bought from, I didn't buy this. It was sitting in our silverware drawer. We call it silverware, even though it's all stainless steel, except for this one spoon I bought on eBay. I've got this heat tube. This looks like a bar of copper, but it's not. It's actually a hollow tube filled with a liquid which evaporates at the hot end, travels as a vapor to the cold end, condenses, and so it transfers the heat that way. I'm going to stick these into that hot water, and we'll see which one heats up first. I know from experience I'm going to have to pull that heat pipe out pretty quickly. Okay, the heat pipe, okay, I'd better pull that out before it gets too hot to handle. So that heated up really quickly. I'm not feeling either. Okay, the silver is starting to get a little warm up at the handle, but the stainless steel is still nice and room temperature. Let's see. Yeah, the stainless steel is getting warm, not nearly as hot as that heat pipe, but it is getting warm enough to feel. And the stainless steel is still room temperature up at the top. So I'm going to end that before we take too much time. Now, the point is, different metals conduct differently. If you wanted to build a system where you had different objects with different temperatures and you wanted to make sure that the heat didn't flow from the hotter to the colder and heat up that colder one, you might make it out of steel, especially stainless steel. If you wanted to build a device to make sure that there was good heat flow from one thing to the other, you might make it out of something like copper or aluminum that has a good heat flow. Okay. So we have done all that. Now we are going to the section where we look at, oh dear, what about different metals makes them conduct heat differently? I would answer live if I knew all the answers to that. The one thing I know is the brass has a lot of different materials in it, so it has a very disordered lattice. Sorry, I'm going to punt on that one. Hope you don't mind, but for our purposes right now, it matters that they do. And I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer for that. Y'all are welcome to ask other questions and stump me just as badly. Okay. Let's look at this. And here we go. I'm going to share my screen again. Share screen. That one. Share. So you all should be seeing a picture of an 8x10 page with design options on it. And up at the top, it says multi-layer insulation. These, on this page, there are 3 tools that we commonly use in aerospace thermal engineering. Multi-layer insulation is a type of insulation. It's like the space blankets that you might get at outdoors stores. They look kind of orangey and silvery, and they work by reflecting heat. The multi-layer insulation is like those, but it has a lot more layers, which is why it's called multi-layer. Most of those layers are made of plastic like Kapton, which has that kind of orangey color, or Mylar. And they have an aluminized coatings on a lot of them. Now, the aluminized coatings look shiny metal like aluminum looks, but you don't usually see that on the outside layer. The reason is, and it has to do with the way shiny metals radiate. A shiny metal is good at reflecting incoming sunlight, and it heats up, but it's not that good at radiating away in the infrared the heat that builds up. Because if you're getting rid of heat by radiation, if you're around room temperature or anything that we would see out of doors, you're radiating in the infrared. And shiny metal just isn't good at radiating in the infrared. White is very good. White is also good at reflecting. So if you have a choice between a white painted car or a silver metal painted car, the white car will not warm up as fast in the sun, but both of them are better than a black painted car, which absorbs sunlight really well. It radiates in the infrared really well, but it absorbs sunlight really well and heats up. Of course, if it's 110 in the shade, your car's not going to be cool for, no matter what color. Okay, so the multi-layer insulation, when the sunlight comes in, it reflects off that first surface, and that sort of cools it down, and then every other surface after that has aluminum coating, which helps reflect the heat back. And the more layers, the better it is at reflecting back. Now, the next thing on that page is a radiator. Remember I said that white paint was good at radiating in the infrared region, which is what we hope our spacecraft are at, that temperature, more or less room temperature. So we use that to send the heat out. For this little exercise, we're going to say that it absorbs 1/3 of the sunlight that, somebody has posted in the questions a link for why different metals conduct differently. You might want to post that in the chat. You might want to post that in the chat where everybody can see it. There's a lot of information out there, and I used a lot of that for the spacecraft part of this talk later on. Okay, so for our purposes of this exercise, it absorbs 1/3 of the heat that's falling on it and sends out heat to the equivalent of 2 100-watt light bulbs. Now, at the bottom is a heater. You can't see this very well, but if you look closely, you can see that there's sort of a back and forth trace. And that is actually an electric wire. In the rear window of your automobile, there is a trace of wire that goes back and forth, and that heats your rear window and defrosts it. It's the same thing here. Okay, let me see if I can get to our exercise. Yes, here is the exercise. We have a very simple satellite with heat coming in from the sun. Those are the 12 light bulbs equivalent worth of heat. Heat coming in from the Earth. 6 light bulbs equivalent worth of heat. 3 of them are just reflected sunlight, and 3 are the Earth radiating in the infrared. And there's 1 light bulb inside. That's because we have instruments that use electric power and they're turned on. Now, how would we solve the problem of where do we use heaters and where do we use multi-layer insulation, MLI, and where do we use a radiator? Well, let's see about that. As I said, if we were doing this and you were touring students, you would have to come up with the answers yourself, but you're off the hook now. Okay, let me share my screen. That's the one I want to share. Let's go here. Here's a reminder of the tools. The multi-layer insulation. Heat hits it and just bounces back. The radiator. 2 units of heat go out through the radiator. This little rectangle represents a side view of the radiator. Heat that comes in, most of it bounces back, but 1/3 of it comes in. And then we have our little electrical heater that's hooked up to a battery and it's creating heat. We're restating the problem here. Here's our little satellite with its little solar panels. It's got something turned on inside, which is hot, 1 light bulb's worth. The sun here is giving it 12 light bulbs worth of heat. The Earth is giving it 6. So a total of 19 light bulbs worth of heat coming in. How much is going out? None. Well, it's going to heat up pretty quick because a lot of heat coming in and none going back out. The first thing we do is we block the incoming heat with all this multi-layer insulation. So now we've just got that 1 little box inside, 1 unit of heat being generated, but still there's no heat going out. What do we use to send the heat out? We use a radiator. We put that on. Well, this radiator is so big, it sends out 2 units worth of heat. And we've only got 1 unit worth of heat coming in. So 1 unit of heat in, 2 out. Now we're going to cool off, except that we put a heater inside, which gives us 1 unit worth of heat to add to the 1 unit of the box. And so in is 2 units worth of heat, out is 2 units worth of heat. It balances. Our spacecraft is going to stay at its same temperature, which is good, because if things get too hot, they break. If things get too cold, they break. For example, I wouldn't put your phone in a pizza oven. A pizza oven is really great for a pizza, but is not a good place for a phone. Please do not try that at home. Okay, we are going to quit that. Now we are going to the part of the talk where we talk about actual spacecraft. The first spacecraft I'm going to talk about is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Share screen again. Preview. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Share. You should be able to see this big picture of a spacecraft. Are we seeing it? I hope so. Your screen is sharing. Yes. This goes round the moon. It takes a couple of hours to go round the moon. It's usually roughly 1 hour in sunlight, 1 hour in shadow. And they've designed it to be big enough so that it doesn't cool down that much in the 1 hour in shadow, doesn't heat up that much in the 1 hour in sunlight. And it's got some batteries, so if it cools down when it's in shadow, it can turn on the heaters. And it's designed for 1 hour, 1 hour. Okay, that's cool. Except when we have lunar eclipses, which can last for like 3 or 4 hours. It's designed so that it barely makes it, even if they pull every trick they can. Now, they could have put a whole bunch more batteries on it. Well, I should remind you that when it's in shadow, the solar panels aren't working. So anything electrical that happens to happen from its batteries that get charged up when it's in the sun. They could have put really big batteries to keep it nice and toasty warm when it's during a solar eclipse, and not a solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse, when it's in a lunar eclipse. But those would be very heavy, and they would take weight allowance away from the instruments that the scientists put in there, because the whole purpose is to have these cameras and things that are studying the moon. So it just barely makes it by design. All right, enough of that. Next, we are going to Messenger, which is a spacecraft that orbited Mercury. It was the first spacecraft to orbit Mercury. It was the second spacecraft to actually get to Mercury. Okay, I hope you are now seeing a drawing of the Messenger spacecraft. You know, I have to get my notes so that I remember what Messenger stands for. Mercury Surface Space Environment Geochemistry and Ranging, but that will not be on the final. Okay, here's an overall drawing of the spacecraft. And I will use that to illustrate why it is so thermally challenging to orbit Mercury, because you are close to the sun. And Mercury's orbit, it's a little bit elliptical. When it's farthest from the sunlight is like 4.6 times as strong as it is here on Earth. When it's closest, it's like 11 times stronger than it is here on Earth, and the spacecraft has to survive that. But the sunlight is only part of the problem. You've also got infrared radiation, that heat radiation from Mercury. Now, on a hot summer day, when you stand outside by a concrete sidewalk, you can feel the heat radiating off that concrete sidewalk. Well, imagine if that sidewalk were on Mercury and it were getting 11 times as much sunlight as it would get here on Earth. So Mercury is kind of baked by the sun on one side, and when it's flying in between the sun and Mercury, it's also baked by Mercury on the backside. In fact, if you were standing on the part of Mercury which is right under the sun, where the sun is right overhead, on a cold day when we're farthest from the sun, the temperature would be 300 Celsius or 570 Fahrenheit. On a hot day when we're close to the sun, the temperature would be 430 Celsius or 800 Fahrenheit. Now, on the dark side of Mercury, it's a comfortable minus 180 Celsius or minus 300 Fahrenheit. So that sun shield always faces the sun, or the spacecraft is going to fry. So when it flies, but the spacecraft has to fly past the sunlit side of Mercury so its cameras can take pictures of Mercury. So to take any data at all, it has to fly right in between. So it's got hot Mercury on one side, hot sun on the other side. Here's a photograph of the sun shield. It's that big, tall, white thing. It's made of something called ceramic cloth. You can see a guy in the background in one of those bunny suits that you have to wear in clean rooms. For a little bit of scale, there are few things on the sunlit side of the sun shield. Some thrusters, because you got to have maneuvering thrusters on all sides of your spacecraft to point it any direction, and some antennas, which for some reason couldn't be on the cold side and still see what they needed to see and be able to send signals back to Earth. Okay, now the orbit of Messenger is part of its thermal system. It spends about 30 minutes passing between Mercury and the sun and getting heated up. Then for 12 hours, for the rest of the 12 hours of its orbit when it first started, or 8 hours towards the end of the mission, it gets away from Mercury so it can cool off. And they also designed its orbit so that when Mercury is closest to the sun, it doesn't fly directly over that hottest point on Mercury, which is right under the sun. Now, there's also another thing they do. They use diode heat pipes. Remember I showed you that heat pipe? I stuck it in the hot water and I could feel it getting hot really quickly. Well, they use heat pipes to take heat from the instruments, which are, electrical equipment, so the electronics heats up, out to the radiators to radiate them away from the spacecraft. But when you're passing directly over really hot surface of Mercury, those radiators are getting all this infrared in, and they're getting pretty hot. So the diode heat pipe is a type of heat pipe that automatically turns off when the end that is supposed to be connected to the radiator, this end that's supposed to be cold, gets hotter than the hot end, the end that's connected to the hot electronics box. And we'll use an old phrase, the explanation of this phenomenon is beyond the scope of this presentation. Okay, it's magic, basically, if you remember Clark's law. So that is Mercury and the MESSENGER mission to Mercury. And by the way, when it was really far from the sun, early in the mission, they actually turned it so that the sun shield was away from the sun so that the sun could help keep the instruments from freezing. That was when it was like almost out at the same distance from the sun as we are here on Earth. Stop screen sharing. Now I am going to talk about the Parker Solar Probe. That's the spacecraft that is now flying through the outer atmosphere of the sun. It's named after a scientist, the guy who invented the term solar wind. I'm thinking that most of you who are interested in the sun and solar physics probably know about the solar wind. It's one of those terms that you think was always there, but in fact, it had to be invented by somebody, and this guy named Parker invented it. Here's a picture of the Parker Solar Probe. This is their mission emblem, and you can see it right up close to the sun. Here's a diagram. Yes, there's a thermal protection system, basically a heat shield. Next to that is the solar array cooling system. These are radiators, but they're black because they're never going to see the sun. We certainly hope so. Black is just as good as white for radiating heat away. Here are the solar array wings. These are the solar cells here to get to generate the electric power. Now we're going to talk about this thermal protection system, this big slab here that the edge looks black, but it's not all black. This is a picture of a sample of the material that heat shield is made of. The interior part of it is a carbon foam, which is 97% empty space. And on front and back, to help it stay together, it's got carbon-carbon composites. These are like the carbon composite material that some fancy tennis rackets and golf clubs are made of, or even cellos and guitars. Okay. They love demonstrating this stuff. This probe is made at the Johns Hopkins University's Applied Physics Lab. The same is true of MESSENGER. That was made by the Applied Physics Lab of the Johns Hopkins University. Here we see two people and a block of the foam. Let's see. The person with the blowtorch here is Betsy Congdon, lead heat shield engineer. And the other person is Jim Kinnison, Parker Mission System Engineer. In other words, somebody they really don't want to get rid of. So he's touching the side of this block that is opposite from where Betsy is heating it with the blowtorch. And he is saying, well, this isn't very hot at all, which it's not. Here is a close-up picture. they like doing this demo. This is actually Curtis Wilkerson's hands on another video that you can find online. And again, Curtis is saying this stuff is really not that hot. Now, in the first demo, we saw this big device in the background, this shiny metal framework and this big black and white thing. Well, here's a close-up of it. The shiny metal is made of tungsten, and that's a metal that has very low thermal conductivity. And that's what you want as a framework to hold that heat shield, which is exposed directly to the sun. And as we see, the top of the heat shield is painted white so that it will reflect the energy and only absorb some of it, and the rest of it, this heat shield is very good at stopping it from getting through. Here's a diagram, another diagram. This is a picture of the spacecraft, and you can see the heat shield over here on the left end of that diagram with the cutaway layers, and over on the right hand is a cross-section of the heat shield with its white ceramic coating on top, a barrier to keep the ceramic coating from mixing with the carbon, which for some reason it would do, and then our sandwich the carbon foam between two layers of carbon-carbon. Now, why wouldn't the solar corona heat up the spacecraft and melt it? Well, it's because the solar corona is almost a good vacuum. In fact, as dense as it is, it would make a decent laboratory vacuum. And remember, vacuum is what insulates a thermos bottle, so it's actually good insulation. Even though it is hotter than the surface of the sun than we see, it's so dim you can only see it in an eclipse, which is a great thing to do. Go to totality when that next one comes up. When is it? 2024, I think. It's an amazing sight that you'll be glad you went to see. You can't see it from any place where it's just a partial eclipse. But that's why the Parker Solar Probe doesn't melt from the heat of the corona, but it's so close to the sun, it's over 475 times the sunlight is as strong that it sees as we see here on Earth. So it really needs protection from that hot sunlight. Now, just like MESSENGER, it has a very elongated orbit, as you can see in this diagram here. And when it's at the perihelion that is closest to the sun, you can see it here. And for about 11 days, it swings by the sun, and it's really close, and it takes science data. And then for like 158 days, it swings out here and it cools off, and it takes all the data that it collected and it radios that back to Earth. Notice from this diagram, you can see that the sun shield is always pointing directly at the sun, and that's done internally, autonomously. Now, down here is a thing about solar array position. What that means is when the leftmost image, that shows the way the solar wings come swinging in when it's right close to the sun to keep them from overheating. And because the sunlight is so strong, it only needs the tiny little tips of those solar wings to get enough sunlight to generate all the electricity that it needs. And then when it goes farther from the sun, the wings swing out a little bit in that middle picture. And then when it's way out, like out the same distance as the Earth or Venus or whatever, you can see that the solar wings swing all the way out so that in the sunlight that's out here, it still has enough electricity. Here's a picture, artist's conception of it swinging near the sun. You can see that these solar panels are really pulled in. Somebody's asking a question about graphene. Isn't it a good conductor of heat? Well, the reason the reason that the carbon foam is a good insulator is because there's not much of it. It's like 97% empty space. Now, graphene, I don't know a lot about graphene, but I know it's a particular molecular structure, the same as you get in graphite, which is the thing that they call the lead in a pencil. I don't know what the molecular structure would be in that carbon foam, but because it's mostly empty space, it's 97% empty space, it's almost as good an insulator as a vacuum. So that's the reason why it's a good insulator. It's not the carbon itself, it's the empty spaces between the carbon. Okay, a question I could sort of answer. Thank you. Here's a picture showing artist's conception of the Parker Solar Probe when it was near the Earth, and it had to swing those solar panels way out so that they were completely exposed so that it could generate enough electricity. I'm not sure how well you can see the details on this picture, but it's a simulation of the orbit of the Parker Solar Probe. This is done by the Scientific Visualization Studio at the Goddard Space Flight Center. They take scientific data and turn it into videos. They are really good. I know of at least one person who has worked both there and at Pixar. This is a screenshot from a particular video. Here we see the orbit of the Parker Solar Probe going around the sun. This is the sort of greenish blue line, which turns to red when it's here, when it's close enough that it can take data. And out here, this yellow orbit is Venus. So the Parker Solar Probe goes as far out as Venus. It gets really far away from the sun, so it can really cool off. Great video. You can really see how the Parker Solar Probe swings really fast past the sun when it gets in close. As we know, the closer you get in your orbit to the sun, the faster you're going. Look up the Scientific Visualization Studio at the Goddard Space Flight Center. Great videos there. Part of the thermal system of the Parker Solar Probe is its autonomous guiding system. If the angle that it's facing the sun got a little bit off and sunlight got past that thermal shield, it would fry everything it touched. Remember, 475 times as strong as the sun is at the Earth. Those little circles represent sensors that are watching to see if any sunlight gets past the edge of the heat shield, the sunshade. And if any sunlight hits them, they immediately tell the Parker Solar Probe's computer, and it adjusts the attitude so that it is once again shielding the spacecraft from the sun with that solar probe. Now, there's actually water on the Parker Solar Probe. The solar array panels are cooled with water. The water goes through tubes, and then it runs up to that black sort of conical section that is right behind the heat shield. Let's go to the drawing again. You see this section called the solar array cooling system. Water is piped from the solar array wings, the solar panels where the solar cells are, up to this cooling system where it radiates its heat back away, and then it's pumped back to the solar array wings. Now, the crazy thing is, they actually had to have a heater on the water tank because there's a point during the launch when it would get so cold it would freeze. So it goes from freezing temperature to right in next to the sun. Very challenging job to design that thermal system. Okay, we've got a little time left. I can go ahead and talk about New Horizons, the spacecraft that visited Pluto. Now, there was a challenge. It had to survive in the inner solar system where things are relatively warm. And then it had to go way out past Pluto. We should be seeing New Horizons, an artist's conception of the New Horizons. Notice that it's all covered with that MLI, that gold MLI stuff, so that it won't cool off too much, except for the interior of the big dish antenna, because MLI, multi-layer insulation, has aluminum in it. 5-minute warning. I think we'll make it. Okay. Stop share. Share screen. Here we go. And share. Here's a little picture. This black thing sticking out to the side, that's a radioisotope thermoelectric generator. Plutonium isotopes, which are radioactive, which thereby generate heat. That heat is turned into electricity. And you need that if you're out by Pluto because there's so little sunlight. And notice that even the back of the big dish antenna is covered with MLI because they need that when they go way out far into the solar system. But then when they're in close to the solar system, they've got more heat than they need. They have various devices. For example, things called louvers, which look like Venetian blinds. They open up when it gets too hot inside and allow the heat to radiate out. On this drawing, you can see the louvers are on. Yes, here is one set of louvers. Here is another set of louvers. Here is something called a shunt panel. When they've got more electricity from this radioisotope thermoelectric generator than they need, they can use the electricity, just run it through a resistor and then radiate out the heat. And these RTGs, you can't turn them off unless you can find a way to turn off radioactivity, which doesn't work very well. All right, we've only got a couple minutes more. How does the Stirling engine work? I'm sorry, you asked the other question that I couldn't answer. Every so often I go and read up on that. I'm pretty sure Wikipedia will tell you, but I'll give you a quick introduction. Suppose you had a cylinder with a piston in it. You could make the piston go back and forth by first pushing heat in and expanding the gas and pushing the piston out, and then cooling it down and pulling it back. And then you'd have to add a whole bunch more heat and push the piston out and cool it down and pull the piston back. But that would waste a lot of heat. You're putting heat in and then pulling the heat out to cool it. This system uses a device which stores the heat in between times. And that's how it does it. Instead of heating everything up and pushing the piston back and then cooling everything down and causing the gas to contract and pull back that piston, it takes that heat that it's pulling out and stores it in something. Okay. Well, I've got my 2-minute warning. I think that's it. Thank you all for attending. There is a Discord page that Balticon has set up. You probably see some links on that, and you can go there and talk about things further. Good night. Hope you enjoyed it and learned something.
advances in the science of meteorology and hydrology, and what this means to Weather Service operations and actually what users might see. And let's see if I can start sharing my screen. And it says I cannot share my screen while another participant is sharing their screen. So we need to get that turned off. And all right, let's try this. And go to my PowerPoint. So we're going to talk about advances in meteorology and hydrology, impact on National Weather Service operations. I'm Jason Toole. I'm the director of the Weather Service Eastern Region, which, if you're interested, spans from Maine down to South Carolina and as far west as Ohio. So we get a lot of weather in our region. We get a lot of people. So we're going to just talk about what's going on in hydrology and basically then walk you through actually how you can access some of this information. So this is going to be a little bit different in terms of the opportunities to see actually how you can access some of this latest information. So first, what I'm showing you is a screenshot of weather.gov. And this is your tax dollars are paying this. And you're getting, if you type in weather.gov, this is what comes up. What you see is a map of the US. And all those colors on the map of the US are current warnings, advisories, and hazards that you can then click on and find more information. But most importantly, if you wanted to get a forecast for your local area, you see that little yellow box I've highlighted. You enter your city or zip code. The Weather Service puts out forecasts every 2.5 kilometers over the entire lower 48. So over the CONUS, basically every 2.5 kilometers, there's a forecast. And a lot of the weather apps out there actually use this information and they mine it from the Weather Service website. So if you have a weather app on your phone, this is where you're getting the information from. So if you were to put in Baltimore and choose the airport, not that anyone lives at the airport, you would end up with something that looks like this. And this is what we call our point and click page. It gives you a local observation over here. It gives you the smiley, what I call the smiley face weather, which is our graphical look at the weather for high and low temperatures, probability of precipitation, what kind of precipitation, going out 5 days. And basically there's more information than that, and I'll show you that in just a second. If you wanted to look at hydrological information, you would click on the highlighted, yellow highlighted river lakes rainfall button, and that would take you to hydrological information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to, let's see, to Firefox. And I'm going to switch to a different application and go over here to do some menu deconfliction. All right, so this is what the homepage of the Weather Service homepage looks like. As I said, weather.gov. You can see the button here, and this is, you can see all the active warnings. We have some severe thunderstorm watch down here in the Carolinas, a tornado watch here in orange. So there's a lot of weather going on. So let's go and pretend that we entered the information for Baltimore Washington Airport. This is as of 5 o'clock today, but we can refresh this. We'll do this live. And you can see you get some news headlines up here. You have the observation at the airport. It's 69 degrees. It's calm in terms of winds. Gives you the pressure, the visibility. And then you have the outlook for basically the next 5 days. Looks like getting a little rain tonight. Rain chances Saturday starting out a little showery in the morning with probabilities decreasing in the afternoon and decreasing overnight Saturday. And then mostly cloudy for the rest of the weekend with a little more sun on Memorial Day. Highs, 81 on Saturday and 73 on Monday, Memorial Day. Now, if you scroll down further, I'm just going to point out that you get more information in the detailed forecast. So you get what's up in the pictures in words. So if you want to do that, and notice this little green box right here, that is the point at which this forecast is valid. Remember, as I said, the forecasts are every 2.5 kilometers. So that gives you the area for which this forecast is valid. And then if you wanted to get more information, you wanted to look at the radar or the satellite photo, you can click on these images right here. But what's really cool, or really cool if you're a geek and you like weather, is you can look at the forecast graphically. And I'm going to click right here. And what it's going to bring up is what we call our hourly weather forecast graph. So you get the forecast in terms of hour increments for the temperature, dew point, wind direction, and wind speed. And if there were gusts, it would be a little g above the wind barb. You have the relative humidity and precipitation, the amounts that would be forecast down here. And then if you have a possibility of thunderstorms, we only have a slight chance of thunderstorms this evening, it would show up here in the red bars. And you can scroll out. This goes out 2 days, and you can actually pick whatever period you want to start. You can go forward a day, click submit, and then it advances, and it starts at 1 p.m. Saturday, goes out 48 hours, and this goes out 7 days. So this is your point and click. So that is what the weather information looks like, and anyone can access this. It's all free of charge. Weather.gov. You just follow the steps I gave you, and there you have it. And I'll get to the questions about AccuWeather and weather.com. I guess there's a question about whether or not we're getting any pressure on this to take this page down or make it less friendly. Well, the answer to that question is no, we're not getting any pressure. Actually, we've been accused of not having the most friendly website, so I'm not sure about making it less friendly. It's pretty unfriendly as it is because it's just very complicated and there's a lot of information. And then another question came in, is there APIs for retrieving this info? And yes, there is. And if you send me an email separately, I can point you to the link where you can access all the information from the National Digital Forecast Database, which is the basis of this information. So back onto the web page. We're going to go. I'll move this down a little bit so I can see stuff. I'm going to go to the hydro page, and this is basically the hydro page. I can dismiss this. All right, someone can tell me how to make the questions go away. It would be most appreciated. Okay, the email address people can contact me at is, my work email address is jason.toole, Tuell, at noaa.gov, NOAA.gov. So moving on to the hydro. Okay, so I'm going to show you some of the hydro information. Okay, where did my Firefox go? Okay, this is the hydrologic. There, I can make the questions go away so I can see things. Okay, this is the hydrological information. So if you go to weather.gov, I'm going to go back to weather.gov, and we're going to do this from the top. And you come down and you click on the rivers, lakes, and rainfall. You get what is called the AHAPS, the Advanced Hydrologic Prediction System webpage. You have to wait for things to come up here. It's going to populate. And this is going to show you what's in flood, and you can access any of the forecasts for the entire United States from this webpage. And things are a little slow, but there we go. All the little dots show up. Now, what we're going to do is, just because I'm going to go down to the Carolinas because it's kind of interesting down there. Click down to the Carolinas. It's going to bring up a zoomed in portion, so you can actually zoom in and pick a river. So right now we've got a little bit of flooding going on in the Carolinas, and I'm going to highlight the PD River, and notice this graph comes up. This is called the hydrograph, and it shows you when, come back. And basically, looks like the PD River at Cheraw in South Carolina is going to just hit major flood this evening, cresting at 43.4 feet, and then going to go down over the next 2 days. So this is where you can get hydrological information. And there's a ton of stuff here to play around with, but you need to understand this is the this is the basic information. This is what any user coming to the Weather Service web pages can get access to. But what we're going to look at, you see, and this is from earlier today, we're going to look at actually what is under the hood, what is changing, and how it influences this information. So I'm going to switch back to my PowerPoint here. Put it on display. Okay, and I just walked you through that. This is a screenshot from earlier today. So now we've talked about how to access the information. Let's talk about what's changed. Okay, for satellite advances, this diagram right here shows you the constellation, the worldwide constellation of satellites throughout, from all countries, both polar orbiting, geostationary, and some of these satellites we have out at the L1 and L2 points monitoring the sun. So there's a lot of satellites here. But if you go on and just look at the US satellites, this is a graphic of the US satellites. We can see that we've got the solar observing satellites. We've got GOES East, GOES 14, which is an older generation of GOES, GOES 15, another older generation of GOES, GOES West, which is the new generation of satellites. And let's see. All right. Let's make sure people are seeing the right screen. So we're going to new share. Make sure I'm sharing the right thing. User error. So, can everyone see the satellites? Okay. So this is, as I said, this is the international conglomeration of satellites, the constellation of meteorological and solar observing satellites. The inner satellites are the polar orbiting satellites. The one in the blue band are the geostationary satellites. And the ones out here, out at the L1 and L2 points, are the solar observing satellites. And if you want to just zoom in on the US satellites, there's just the US constellation of satellites. So we have, as I said, goes east here. The older goes 14 and goes 15. Those are the older generation of satellites. Goes west, which is the newest generation of satellites, the GOES-R generation. We have the joint altimetry satellite, JASON, and we have a bunch of polar orbiting satellites. So we have a lot of satellite observations. And the thing to understand about the satellite observations, both from the GOES and especially from the polar orbiting perspective, is that 99.1, 99.2% of the data that goes into the numerical models comes from these satellites. So they provide the bulk of the information that initialize the models. Now, the one thing I will add, well, that's a lot of information. We are still heavily dependent on surface observations, weather balloons, and aircraft observations. And one of the things that we've been dealing with during COVID that is impacting our forecasts is the fact that there's a lot less air traffic. Air traffic right now is down between 60 and 70% of normal. And all those aircraft in the US, most of them that fly in the US space, have instrumentation that provide, flight level winds and temperatures, which go into the models. And what we're seeing is some impact on our forecasts, at least, especially with the jet stream, because of the lack of aircraft observations. So the satellite observations are really important, but you can't rule out all the other observations that go into our models. So let's talk about GOES-R, which is really the GOES East and GOES West now. And it's vastly superior to the older satellites. A lot higher scan rates. We can get 30-second scans of severe weather. The resolution is just phenomenal. I'm going to show that in a demonstration, and it has 3 times as many channels. So I'm going to switch my sharing and give you a demonstration of the satellite data. So I'm going to go back here to Firefox, and we're going to go to the GOES East. Okay, can everyone see let's make sure everyone's seeing the browser with this GOES image viewer. So say yes, good. All right, when I say there's a lot more channels and a lot more going on, this is the menu. You get true color daytime, multispectral infrared at night on the geocolor, the GOES lightning mapper feed, and the geocolor. You can look at lightning strikes as observed from space on top of this. The air mass looks at, it's an RGB composite, so you can get some sense of what's going on in the atmosphere. We have down here lots more options like day cloud phase, so you can actually see whether or not there is detect ice crystals. You can detect cooling cloud tops. Same thing with nighttime, night microphysics. You've got all sorts of different bands in the visible. There's just a lot of cool stuff. So I'm just going to show you some satellite photos because I think it's actually kind of cool. So we're going to go to the geocolor, and we're just going to pull up the highest resolution here. And this is what is happening in the atmosphere right now. You can see, I don't want to do that. Zoom over here so you can see the East Coast. You can see, because this is a nighttime visible, you can start to pick up the city lights through thin clouds. You can see some lower clouds here. These are higher clouds. And if we go out here to the Oklahoma, you can start to see some pretty good thunderstorms with overshooting tops out in just north of Dallas, Fort Worth, and into Oklahoma. So that is the day color. Now, if you want to look at, I think what is really cool is let's look at the water vapor. This measures the emissivity in the atmosphere, about 400 millibars, which is, it's about 20 to 25,000 feet. And this is the water vapor. And the reason this is really cool is that, let's go back to that, is what you can do is you can start to see the upper level jet stream. Now, a couple of things you can see. Big features is a big cyclonic low here over the center of the country that has been slowly drifting to the southeast. And we've got formation. We got a little trough here over the east coast, right here. And you've got some of the rain and precipitation, and the system causing the precipitation up against the Appalachians, which has been responsible for a lot of the flooding. So this is the water vapor channel, and it's pretty cool. But you've got, we've got the mid to upper level water vapor, which is more up the jet stream. We've got a mid-level water vapor. Looks kind of similar. Atmosphere is kind of stacked. You've got that upper level low out over the center of the country, Kansas, Nebraska. And you've got a low level water vapor, which actually is a little bit more complicated. You don't see as much of the upper level features, but you can see a lot of the lower level features. So when I say the GOES-R generation of satellites has a lot more bands, it has a lot more bands. There are a lot more things to look at. And this web page out there is accessible right from the Weather Service homepage. You go to the hydrology tab and you click on satellite info and it takes you right to this page. So that's a quick demonstration of a lot of the satellite imagery. So we're going to go back to the briefing. So I'm going to go back to the briefing and now talk about some of the advances in modeling and hydrology. All right, so I'm going to jump over the satellite demonstration, and we're going to talk about hydrology now. So what we're going to look at here is this is what we currently provide in terms of river forecasts. So this is a snapshot from the Northeast River Forecast Center, which is up in Norton, Massachusetts, which is kind of right here just south of Boston. And all these green dots are river gauges and forecast points. Notice they're both coastal and then inland. And then, from those you get what's called hydrographs, which is this, time series of both observed, which is in the blue, and then forecast, which is in the dots, of water levels for all these. This is for the Wood River at Hope. And this is what it looks like. And it also includes maps of, big input into hydrology and river flooding as precipitation. So you get a daily map of the previous day's precipitation, and then you get a forecast map of precipitation for the next 24 hours. So this is what our current hydrology looks like. Now, all that information is produced by River Forecast Center. This goes to a weather forecast office, and they turn that information into information for emergency managers and the public. So they take that forecast information and they provide decision support briefings to emergency managers and public officials. They create flash flood and flood warnings. These are text products that basically tell you bad things are going to happen. And then the most dire of our warnings is the flash flood emergencies for those events that are extremely short fused. You've got to take action now. And those are the ones, flash floods and flash flood emergencies are the ones that light up your cell phone. But the problem is these warnings aren't specific enough. They don't have enough detail in terms of location, timing, impacts, and Unless you're a hydrologist and are used to reading hydrographs, the general public doesn't understand what a hydrograph is. Basically, what they want is inundation. You know, where am I standing? Am my feet going to get wet? How deep is it going to get? And when it's going to get dry again? So we needed to do something to address those deficiencies. So in doing so, what we're doing is we're going on to creating the National Water Model. Now you have to understand that our current, we have 13 river forecast centers all over the country, and we have about 3,500 forecast points. Basically, every place we have a stream gauge, we have a forecast point. But we have a lot more rivers than we have stream gauges. So what we wanted to do was create a model of every single creek, stream, tributary, major river in the entire country. And that's what the National Water Model does. So, I'm going to go on to the next slide. So this chart here on the left is basically all the forecast points currently in our current river models, which is about 3,600 forecast locations. The National Water Model, which is running right now, has 2.7 million stream segments. So basically, we're going from 3,600 forecasts to 2.7 million forecasts. And it really fills in a lot of detail that we didn't have information for previously. So what we're going for is we're actually still running our current forecasts, with their current forecast models, but we're using the National Water Model and the technique called replace and route. And what this is going to create is inundation maps. Okay, and there's an example of how you can take the hydrographs and the information and you can kind of move that water downstream. And then what do you get? Well, you get something like this. This is what we did with Hurricane Florence in 2018. And we take all the information from the radar, we take it from the satellites, we take the forecast information, and we can actually, with the National Water Model, project what the inundation is. So everything in the blue is what is being inundated. The FEMA 100-year floodplain is what's in orange. So this is how we can actually take this information and create real-time inundation forecasts. Now, we can't do this over the entire country yet. We can do this in limited areas. We started with Houston, and we are now doing the Northeast. And then as we do different sectors of the country, we'll fill out the entire country. But the whole goal is to get inundation forecasts over the entire country. And the heart of this is really changing the paradigm for forecasting. So here's a hydrograph. We notice it's a deterministic, it's a single value. You got the observed in blue again, the forecast points. And where we're going is ensemble-driven forecast, probabilistic forecasts for both the short term and the longer term. So here's an example of an ensemble-driven probabilistic forecast where you still have the observed, you have the forecast points, and the official forecasts are in the dots. But what you can also see is the range of probabilities of different river levels in terms of, the most likely is here between 25 and 75% in the blue. The likely is from 10 to 90%, and that's the green. And then the less likely is 5 to 95% here in the yellow. So not only you get the official deterministic forecast, but you can also see the spread of probabilities for water level using the ensemble forecasts. And you can do this for the short term, which is what we're seeing here. And then we'll go on to the next chart. And you can see it for longer term. This is, again, another example of how to interpret the 10-day river level probabilities in terms of the probabilities, in terms of the 5% level in the yellow. The green is 10%, and that's the 10% probabilities. The 25 to 75% are in the blue. That's 50% of the hydrographs are in the blue. And this is really useful for a lot of our users, simply because a lot of them want to know, what's the worst case? I want to take actions to the 90% level. So what they do is they start looking at everything up to the green. And then if they want to look at the really worst case, they start to look at the yellow. And this really leads to risk-based decision-making on the part of our users. So probabilistic forecasts are critical for hydrology. It's been a part of meteorology for the last 15, 20 years, ensemble-based forecasting. And for the last roughly 10 years, it's been in the world of hydrology. But with the national water model now, we're able to do so much more. We can do this for those 2.7 million points all over the country. So that's hydrology. So I'm going to just take a quick break here to see what the questions are. Okay, read that commercial 5G cell towers are going to decrease resolution of hurricane imaging because they use the same radio bandwidth. Is this accurate or concern? It's a little bit of concern. We've got a challenge in terms of every time the government sells the spectrum, there are impacts. A lot of times we can mitigate those impacts. We can move to other frequency bands. There are times where some of the spectrum sales start to interfere with bands that we use for both the radar and our upper air systems. So this is part of the trade-offs that the government uses in terms of selling the spectrum. All right, do we link to water table data? It's a key factor in local flooding. And the answer is yes. The National Water Model actually has 15 different soil layers and includes models of soil moisture and percolation of rainfall and penetration of rainfall into the water table. So that is something we're doing. And is Baltimore mapped yet? And the answer is no, not in terms of real-time inundation. We have static maps. That is, for forecasts to certain levels, we can tell you what's going to flood. But we can't give you real-time forecasts yet. That is coming. So now that is back to the turn off the Q&A for the time being. We're going to talk about coastal services. And one of those services is an initiative in the Eastern region we call total water level. And what total water level is a technique that we've created that combines the astronomical tide, which is produced by our partner line office in NOAA from National Ocean Service, the forecast of storm surge, yielding a tidal departure correction, which then forecasters can edit based on their understanding of the local coastline. So we put out an Eastern region from the very tip of Maine all the way down to South Carolina and part of coastal Georgia, total water level forecasts every 2.5 kilometers along the coast. And they kind of look like this. You get basically the blue is the astronomical tide, the purple is the storm surge, you add them together and you get the total water level. So there is bias correction. I'm going to go back to that slide. There is bias correction. The forecasters use verification data to actually create automated biases that we can put, because sometimes the storm surge models have certain biases. We can correct for that. We can take into account local effects that the forecasters have knowledge of. And what this allows us to do is really give better forecasts of coastal inundation. So we can produce both inundation maps, such as the one shown down here for Washington, D.C. These are, static level maps. We can give timing of inundation, so emergency managers know when to close certain streets and when to take into account the higher water levels. And this has really been a significant advance driven by Hurricane Sandy. Hurricane Sandy, we did a service assessment. That is, we analyzed how well we did. And turns out we did a pretty crappy job at forecasting water level on the coast. So this has been an initiative over the last 5 years to address that and has proved remarkably successful for forecasting water level along the coast. Now, what this does is, again, you can get forecast hydrographs along the coast. You can get text products and tables, and then we can get inundation maps along the coast in terms of highlighting the potential for coastal flooding. Okay, these are deterministic forecasts. They're not probabilistic yet. We're working on that. Now, all right, having high water on the coast and coastal flooding is bad, but you know what? During storms, what creates a lot of the damage is wave runup, and it's the waves on top of the storm surge, on top of the tides. This is, wave runup is really, I'll give you an example. This is a graphic of showing, this is done in partnership with USGS. So we took their science and a lot of their information and we automated it, and we are now running this operationally, or actually in experimental mode, on our supercomputers. And this is an example of forecast overtopping of dunes down in Cobb Island in Eastville, Virginia, from Hurricane Arthur earlier this week. And this line here represents the forecast at roughly 0Z on the 21st of May. And you can see that this is an actual representation of the dune and beach profile. And you can see that when it turns red, it means water is, you've got overwash and inundation. But I'm going to switch. All right, we're going to switch back to Firefox. And we're going to go look at wave runup. So, again, this is running in real time. So I'm going to go over here to I'm going to reload this. So we're going to start from the beginning. I have to get all these menus out of the way. So I'm going to show you how to start from this. You can access the site at coastal.er.usgs.gov/hurricane/research/TWL-viewer/. Or just do a search on USGS wave runup and this site comes in. So what you do is you click on dive in, and these are all the offices that are working in partnership with the USGS on wave runup. Okay, all along the East Coast. We're working on extending it down to the farther down in the Carolinas and the Portland area. But we're going to go down here to Wakefield, Virginia, the office in Wakefield. Okay, it's going to load the data. All right, and we can zoom in a little bit more. Every single one of these little dots is a forecast point. And if we go down here, it says potential dune erosion at 38 sites. So I'm just going to pick a site that seems to have a lot of hours of potential dune erosion, which is this one right here. And you're going to get this nifty animation over basically a 5-day period of the forecast storm surge, tidal anomaly, and the impact. This is the representation of the slope of the dune at that point. And you can see every time it turns yellow, you've got potential dune erosion. So this color code over here. And, it can be potential overwash and then inundation, which is overtopping and then inundation behind the dune. So this is wave runup. This is basically, it uses storm surge models from the Weather Service. It uses bathymetric data from USGS, and all the dune slope and elevation data is from USGS LIDAR measurements. And this is run 4 times a day. So, you can go out to the site, and during storms, you can actually see whether or not there's going to be potential, dune erosion, overwash, or inundation. And you get this, again, we'll turn it on, this nifty animation that you can see for all these points. So that is wave run-up. And we've been working in partnership with USGS on this for about the last 5 years, and have reached this level of operation. It's still an experimental product, so I'm not to be clear, but it is running on an operational computer being produced 4 times a day. I'm going to switch back. I'm going to stop the animation. Switch back to the briefing. Okay, did that work? Back to PowerPoint. There we go. All right, back to PowerPoint. So this is what wave run-up looks like. And that's the end of the briefing. So I just wanted to walk everyone through just a quick summary of some of the advances. I focused a little bit on hydrology because that is one of our NOAA priority goals in terms of making major advancements in priority. Modeling hydrology right now is about where modeling and meteorology was in the 90s and early 2000s, but we've been making a significant investment in improving and transitioning to the national water model. We have a national water center down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and we're seeing significant advances every year in the hydrological forecast modeling and the ability to visualize this huge torrent of information that's coming at us so people can take advantage of it. So a little bit of a focus on hydrology today, but I wanted to walk everyone through how you can access this information from the weather.gov site. Probably went way too fast, and you couldn't see the URLs, but I encourage everyone to go out there, weather.gov, and start playing around with the site. I think the biggest challenge of our website is we've got too much information to share with people, and it's not the best organized site in the world, but we're working on it. So I'm going to take a look at the Q&A and see what I can answer. All right. I'm in Michigan. It's very wet. And even though you're not in Midland, the Grand River looks very high. Any info, 5 days of rain. So what I can tell you to do is go to weather.gov, okay, go to Michigan and go to the lakes and rivers, click on that area of Michigan where you're living in, and then start picking out some of the forecast points, and you'll get forecasts of the rivers and the river level for what's been happening and what's going to happen in the next week. So hopefully that will help you out. Okay, how does storm surge models in inundation problems relate to the Pacific Northwest Rift inundation model? That's a good question. Well, it's Rift is for tsunamis. And tsunamis, and you have to look at storm surge waves, which are really surface waves, and tsunami, which tends to be a bottom propagating wave. The equations are the same, but the physics are slightly different. So the Rift model is used for forecasting the propagation of tsunamis and then tsunamis into the coast. We have another version of it called SIFT as well. That's running operationally. All right, next question. Do these sites run better in Firefox, or is that a preference for use? I'm using Firefox. Actually, my default browser is Chrome. And everything runs just as well as in Chrome, Internet Explorer, and Firefox. I'm using Firefox tonight simply because it's a little bit more memory friendly when you have a lot of windows open and things going on. So next question. You talked about satellite improvements, gathering better data, but there are USGS weather monitoring stations strewn along the Earth's surface. Have they improved the technology like your satellites have? Yes and no. So we partner with USGS, and they run most of our stream gauges. So the core, the foundation of our hydrology program is the stream gauges that measure river flow and water level. A lot of the coastal gauge sites are also run by USGS as well as the National Ocean Service. We've seen advances in technology in terms of the data transmission and some of the sensors. But to tell you the truth, you're not, measuring water level is something we've gotten a pretty good handle on, and there's not a lot of room for measuring water level improvements along in the rivers. It's some pretty solid technology. We are seeing actually advances in satellites for measuring some of the river flows. So this winter, we used some of the high resolution satellites to monitor ice breakup up in Alaska and up in the Northeast, up in the state of Maine. And that was important because under COVID, we were kind of started to be restricting to go out and doing our normal ice survey measurements from the local forecast offices. And we used some of this high resolution satellite imagery to be able to monitor ice breakup. So that's an example with the advances in the satellite technology have made significant inroads into understanding ice breakup without having to make visual measurements towards the end of winter. Okay, next question. Is LiDAR topography being used for predicting inundation areas now? And the answer is yes. A lot of the FEMA flood mapping is based on the USGS LiDAR topography. We're certainly using it for our inundation models and for wave runup. So a lot of that wave runup, the whole topography and bathymetry of the beach area is from USGS LiDAR measurements. Now, I just want to say one thing about the wave runup. One of the challenges with wave runup is the dune morphology after a major storm changes and can change significantly. So what you measured, say, 6 months ago after a major storm is not necessarily the dune structure you have in place there. So, the problem with a lot of this information, it's perishable, and you have to keep updating it. Okay, any other questions? Gonna make sure. I think I've answered everything. Folks, I just want to thank you for your attendance. In the Weather Service, we're all about serving the public and providing information to our emergency managers so they can make decisions that can keep you safe. The one thing I will just leave you with during times of COVID, we are still working 24/7 in National Weather Service. We have a maximum telework, but our forecasters, our river forecasters, our meteorologists are coming into the office every day. We're on what we call Sunday staffing, so we're limiting to 2 people in the office at a time to keep everyone safe. And even though this is a very trying time, we are still making sure we're keeping the American public safe and giving you the information you need. And with that, I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, everyone.